Yes. Board Member Jeff Bennett. Board Member Brown.
Here.
Board Member Callahan. Board Member
Here.
Higgins.
Here.
Board Member Capadia.
Here.
Board President Meyer.
Here.
Board Member Nayar. Board Member Sackett Gable.
Here.
Board Member Steffen.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Please stand if you're able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Adequate notice of this evening's meeting was sent from the office of the Secretary of the Board on January 6th, 2026 to the Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, Tap into Soma, and the Village Green. I will now entertain a motion to enter executive session as permitted under the Open Public Meetings Act to discuss personnel, legal, and miscellaneous confidential matters. No formal action will be taken. Do I have a motion? Board Member Sackett Gable, do I have a second? Board Member Higgins, all in favor, show of hands? Unanimous. We will now go into executive session at 6:32 p.m. We will be returning to public session. Any action resulting from our discussions will be taken in public session. We'll see you back here shortly. Thank you.
Mhm.
Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting back to order at 8:13 PM. The board is now back in public session. Thank you for joining us tonight. We have a lot on our agenda, and I know we have a lot of folks that have come who would like to speak and share their opinions and thoughts with us regarding tonight's agenda and matters in general, and we are very glad to have you here. I do want to note we have a number of things that we have to get to before we're going to have the adults in the room speak. We are going to prioritize having our students speak soon so they can make it out. First of all, I'm going to address our board meeting minutes. We have minutes to address from the May 4th executive and regular hearing, our executive and special meeting minutes from May 7th of 2026, and the executive and regular meeting minutes from May 21st of 2026. Do I have a motion to approve? Board Member Sackett Gable, do I have a second? Board Member Brown. All in favor, show of hands? All right, it's approved unanimously. I will now entertain a motion to move up the portion of First Public Speaks specifically regarding district students. Do I have a motion to move up? Board Member Brown, second. Board Member Bennett, all in favor, show of hands? All right, very good. So this will start our first hearing of individuals and delegations specifically for students. Thank you for coming in person and joining us online tonight. We value public comment at our board meetings. While we cannot engage in a dialogue with you, we take your comments very seriously. Your input will inform our work. Our comment period is limited to 1 hour. In light of the number of commenters this evening, each speaker will have 2 minutes. We're going to ask that you please begin by stating your name and your town. First, we have Parker Howell. And if you want to pull up a second chair, or you can just sort of go one at a time. I know you have both of you. Yep.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Parker Howell, and I'm here with Conrad Boos. We are students at Columbia High School and members of a community coalition pushing for solar panels across the school district. We are here tonight to ask the board to vote yes on Resolution 4989.AU, which would authorize a solar feasibility and energy financing study. Before anything else, we want to be upfront about what this resolution actually is. It's not a commitment to install solar. It costs the district nothing. The Green Team is ready to fundraise and cover all consultant fees through private donations. All this resolution does is allow the district to explore whether a solar agreement makes sense.
The reason we're coming to you now specifically is timing. There's a 30% federal tax credit for commercial solar that expires at the end of 2027, and panels need to be operational by then to qualify. If the process starts this summer, we can realistically hit that window. But if it gets pushed to next year, we likely can't. The model we're proposing is called a Power Purchase Agreement, or a PPA. The way it works is that a contractor installs panels on the school's rooftops at no cost to the district, then sells that electricity back to the district at a rate lower than what we're paying currently. The district doesn't own the panels, doesn't pay for installation, and isn't responsible for maintenance at all. This is how districts such as Montville Township, Piscataway Township, and West Windsor Plainsboro have gone solar. There's plenty more local examples we can point to as proof that it works.
If this resolution passes tonight, the next step is that the administration would work with a consultant, again paid for entirely by the Green Team, to figure out which roofs are viable and put together the materials needed for a formal request for proposals. The board would vote again before anything moves forward, and you all stay completely in control for every step of the way. This effort has support from CHS students, the CHS Environmental Club, the CHS Environmental Commission, the Maplewood Environmental Advisory Committee, and the South Orange Environmental Commission. We are just asking for a chance to look into it. A yes tonight keeps the options open and costs nothing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just, I know you had 2 of you. Conrad, is it Boos? Is that? Yeah. Okay, very good. Thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have David, is it Venescar? Venesser? Thank you.
Hello, this is David Vaneskar. I would like to talk about the principal switches and the paraprofessional payments. First off, the principal switches, like Dr. Bennett, us class of 2028, like keep on getting like admin switches, like most of the time. Like on our first day of high school, we had Miss Ileano Cabrera. Like we had her for like September to November of 2024, and I would like, and then after that we didn't like have like no vice principal from December to February, and then after that after that we have like okay, so in March we had Miss Banner. Miss Banner's like kind of a little bit strict, but like she could keeps us fun, like, yeah, from like March from the last day of school, yeah. During like August we're supposed to have like Miss Morrison. Dr. Bennett told me that she went to go counseling at another school, but all I like to say is like Dr. Bennett is one of the sweetest people of all time. She'll like provide us snacks and water, give us a study guide about give us a study guide and what to prepare for PSATs, PACT 10s, like plans for us sophomores. But like, I don't want Mr. Caslow because he could be a little bit strict and targeting. I had him like once in middle school. He could like get real targeted. And I'm sorry for like if I used up most of my time at like principal switches and stuff. I feel like Mr. Castle would like switch to Seth Boyden because like his kids go to Seth Boyden as well. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much. That appears to conclude our student public speaks. Are there any students who have signed up in the audience who I have not called? Okay, very good. There are no online student public speaks, so at this time that will end our hearings of individuals and delegations as far as the student portion. And we will now move on. We would have our student board representative update, and thankfully they are off doing something much more fun. Yep, exactly. And so we'll move right on to the board president. To the superintendent update. Mr. Bing.
I'm gonna need yours.
Yeah.
Good evening. I knew people like Triple I, but I didn't expect a packed house today, so I need to be on my best behavior here, it looks like. So I'm here to talk about our Year 5 review of our intentional integration initiative. And so joining me tonight who on virtually are both Nancy McCardle and Michael Alves from the Alves Group, which is the group that has been supporting us with our Triple I. And so I'm going to move through this very quickly. There are a lot of slides here. I'm not going to touch on all of these slides. I just want the public to know that it will be available immediately following our presentation online. So you can go in and look at it. And if there's any questions about any of the slides, if you want to show support for the presentation and you think it's a great presentation, you can send those to K. Gilbert at somsd.k12.nj.us. If you want to complain about it, you can send those to J. Bing at somsd.k12.nj.us. Next slide, please. I just wanted to show this particular slide. We realized that our presentation got posted accidentally, and the community, I love this community, sent me lots of comments about changes and things that need to be made to this presentation. And so I left this slide here to say that we didn't intend for you to see the presentation, but I do appreciate the community, and we tried to make all the necessary adjustments based on the feedback. And so I just wanted to make sure everyone understood that and knew that. Next slide. One of the things that I hear often since I've been in this district, as we talked about III, is I hear a lot of comments. Sometimes I hear people say, we should not be experimenting with our students. Well, I want everyone to know, and I want to stay here from this microphone, that III is not an experiment. We are not experimenting on our young people. As a matter of fact, NJAC 6A71-.7 tells us we have to come up with a plan to basically make sure that our schools mimic the communities that we live in and are diverse. And so III is our opportunity to lean that. It's a moral obligation we want our schools to be diverse. And for those who feel like, well, we hear the moral obligation, we understand that piece, this is kind of the legal mandate that we're using. So our III Intentional Integration Initiative is not about us trying to experiment on our young people or make a report on our young people or write a book about our young people. It is actually designed for us to build schools that look like the communities in which we serve. Next slide, please. Next slide. So in summary, what you're going to see in this report is a couple of things. One, we're going to talk about the algorithm. We're going to talk about how we place our students. Our algorithm tends to try to place our students at their closest school. We want to promote integration, and we also want to prevent racial and ethnic isolation. Now, we hear time and time again this word isolation, and we hear that, well, my child is isolated from their friends and things. Our data does indicate that basically, diversity-wise, we are putting our students in pockets of our schools that are showing some diversity in each of our different schools. We do realize, though, what that has meant for some of our schools is that when certain students are placed in their schools, they're being sprinkled throughout their classroom. So we are trying to deal with the internal isolation pieces that seem to show up in our schools. But in terms of the data, and you can see all the data that shows, in terms of us meeting that mark of trying to make sure our students are diverse across the district, you can look at the data, and the data will show you that through our III, we are getting the numbers spread out throughout our district. So we do have to work on some of those isolation things. We're working with our principals to make sure we do something inside of our schools to make sure our kids don't feel isolated. And we do realize that we do have a group of families that can't get to their closest school, which also creates issues, which is something that we'll talk about later on in the presentation. But also know that part of our placement deals with sibling priority. And we just want people to know that nearly 40% of our assignments are through sibling priority. Basically, siblings are allowed to go into schools where their brothers and sisters are. Next slide, please. Next slide. You can go, keep going. So this is kindergarten, so we'll start there. So this is the 5th year of our algorithm implementation. These numbers are from October 15th, so the numbers that are put into this presentation come from the work that we do, the numbers that we come up, because that's where we send our numbers to the state. So that's what these numbers reflect. 502 students at the time of our report to the state were in kindergarten were placed. We talk a lot about SES tiering, and what that looks like is what our goal is to try to make sure there are 33% of our kids who are in our low SES tier, 33% are our middle SES tier, and 35% of our high SES tier spread out throughout our district and all of our schools. That's, that's what we kind of do as we move our students around. The team that works on III is a great team. Dr. Carrie Wabel, Liana Cordrado, Keith Bonds, and any other members of my office all work to make sure that we're not only getting the students placed through the algorithm, but also providing opportunities around transfers and other things to make sure that we're successfully working with the ALS group for this placement. Next slide. So the different placement approach for our group of students from 25-26 looked like this. We went away from like a random selecting of where you would go, what the algorithm will place you, and we went to a method where we start placing our students at their closest school. And if their SES tier has reached the capacity of availability in that school for that particular group, we move them to the second closest school. Our aim is to try to get our students to as closest to their nearest school as possible. You know, but as we move through our tiering and things, sometimes that becomes difficult based on capacity. Each of our schools have certain capacity components that they have attached to them, and if the capacity is not where they are, then we have to move the students. Overall, the new methodology we use did increase our closest school assignment, but again, we do have these capacity constraints that sometimes block us from getting where we wanted to be. Next slide, please. For the first time, our inclusion students were placed through the algorithm. All of our schools provide inclusion or pull-out replacement, so those students were able to be put into our algorithm and placed at different schools. That's our self-contained students that we have to pre-assign or that we have to place in our schools, and so we went to that. And what this meant for us is a more comprehensive and equitable integration process, which includes all of our students this time, using the same process through the algorithm and the data analysis. Next slide. So this slide is very important. I want you to pay attention to the withdrawal numbers to my far right that I'm looking at, showing you where our withdrawals are. And I want you to look at the numbers. Most of our withdrawals come from Seth Boyden. They had like 12 that came out. The least number happened at South Mountain. You know, you'll hear me talk a lot about South Mountain because South Mountain is one of the schools where we get lots of requests for transfers, but it's also the school that has the least capacity. And if you see that number 4 withdrawal, that means there were only 4 withdrawals that came out of South Mountain. So if you have a situation where we have limited capacity, we don't have any seats, and we have a limited withdrawals happening, it's really hard to move our families into that South Mountain piece when they ask for transfers. And so I think it's important for us to really talk about that, simply because that is one of the highest areas that we have where we have families requesting transfers when they want to get back into their closest school. And when we tell them we don't have any seats available, we don't have any seats available. But we're going to work diligently. We look at withdrawal numbers. We look at spaces. We have our tier-to-tier matching transfer policy in place, that if we find someone who may be at South Mountain with the same tier as you that wants to transfer out of South Mountain, we can transfer you in. We try to hold to that policy as best we can. So this slide really kind of outlines for you those withdrawals. Next slide, please. Sibling priority, as I talked about at the beginning, is also very, very high in some of our schools. There's that South Mountain again. 69% of placements at South Mountain for this past year were for sibling priority. You know, so that comes into play as we look around placing our students. Next slide, please. Well, as we look at, I'll say this numerous times, our III is race neutral. We don't use race as one of the factors that goes into determining what the placement is inside of our algorithm. There's only 2 factors that go into our placement algorithm. It's the educational attainment letter and the family income letter. I'll talk a little bit about that at the end. But we do monitor what the racial makeup of our schools are. And there is a correlation between SES tier status and racial makeup. And so that gives us an opportunity to see what our balance looks like across our schools. For the most part, the current racial and ethnic variances are largely shaped by the capacity constraints, sibling priority, socioeconomic patterns, neighborhood demographics, and proximity. All of these all go into play in helping us look at what those numbers look like. Clinton Elementary, we talked about last year, is a school that really saw a rise in the number of Black students and other students of color in their school, primarily because that's where a lot of our foreign-born students go, and that's what they house. They house our ML program there, but we did see a more balancing of those numbers within this year 5 report. We still are monitoring the areas of Seth Boyden and South Mountain because we see an overrepresentation of Black families or Black students at Seth Boyden versus an overrepresentation of white families at South Mountain. Next slide. I'm not gonna read any of these charts. We're gonna go through them, but you'll see throughout the presentation there are tables. So for all of you who really like data, when we post this, please go in there, look at those numbers, ask any questions that you'd like to ask, and I'll do my best to answer them. Next slide. Next slide. I'm gonna read this in its entirety because I think it's really important for people to know. This year, 58% of all kindergartners went to their closest school. That had a range from 55% for low SES to 60% for high SES. A substantial improvement over last year. This gain was driven primarily by low SES students, largely due to the new assignment methodology that we use and Seth Boyden's large capacity to accommodate nearby families. While low SES students overall still slightly lag other groups in closest school assignments, the trend reverses when looking only at algorithm assigned students. And the chart after this will show you that. In that group, low SES students saw the biggest year-over-year improvement with 72 assigned to their closest school, outperforming medium SES tier, which was at 60, and high SES tier, which is at 63. So in essence, we have created an integration plan that, for in large part, puts still a majority of students at their closest schools. That's something that we should applaud because this is tough. It's hard when you use an integration plan and you can still say you can keep a majority of the kids at their closest school. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of balance that goes into that. Is it perfect? No. Can we find room to grow? Yes. Are we going to look at ways to try to make that number even higher? Absolutely. But I think that is a testament to the work that's being done in this district when it comes to this plan. Next slide. This is the chart you can check out later. Next slide. Some key about the neighborhood by neighborhood assignment analysis. South Mountain, for example, the assignments declined 63% to 40% from the algorithm assigned. But again, that's due to the capacity issue that has the smallest capacity in our district. And meanwhile, some of those students were redirected to Seth Boyden because their tier, that's where the most room was made available, or the most room we have available. So when we go through the tiering, when we start the closest school and we run out of capacity, and we go to second closest school, we run out of capacity, we're trying to find a school where we can put that student based on what capacity is available. And so right now, South Mountain has our lowest capacity. Seth Boyden has our largest capacity. We do a yearly analysis, we call it right sizing, where we look at our school capacities and make decisions based on that. Also, what goes into capacity also is the number of FTEs we have and things like that. So it's a delicate balancing act. We're still trying to look at ways to increase that capacity at South Mountain, but this is our current reality. Next slide. Next slide. On this particular slide, so, our superintendent has been very adamant as we try to look at transportation. And so one of the biggest things that we did was now the ALS group works hand in hand with our transportation department. We want to try to make sure we keep as many students as possible that works in trying to get them to their closest school underneath that 1.25 miles if we can. Then if we can't keep you under 1.25, trying to keep you within 1.25 and 2 miles, which is the courtesy busing area, and trying to prevent as many folks, as many students as we can from having to be 3 miles or more. That's not what we want to have happen. Each year we've seen better numbers as it pertains to that. The average distance for miles of this particular year at this survey was about 0.9. We have 0.95 miles under 1 mile. So that was the average distance we were able to come to get our students. And that's from good coordination between transportation and the ALS groups when making this placement to make sure. Still got work to do. You know, there was a small difference of students who were more than that the previous year who were more than 3 miles or 2 miles or more. We didn't quite get those numbers down where we wanted to, but we were a little better off than we had been in previous years. Next 2 slides. You can skip the next one and go to the next one. There we go. So here's the breakdown of the numbers. 67% of our students were within 1 mile, 75% within 1.25 miles, 88% of our students were within 2 miles. Those are the numbers that as they panned out. You know, we did see that and for proximity, about 77% of pre-assigned students versus assigned students were within that 1 mile. 82% for 1.25, 91% came within that mile. So we are seeing that the algorithmically placed students are actually seeing better numbers than our pre-assigned students. But keep in mind, our pre-assigned students are students around one of our special education programming, so they have to go where our programs are. We're still trying to work on our low SES tier and our Black students who are still slightly less likely than the overall average to be assigned within 1 mile. That group of students, we're still working to try to get them into some of these averages. That is the one group of students and families that we're still struggling with to keep within these parameters. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. There we go. So first grade, just to know that for the most part, as our cohorts move, we are still continuing to monitor them as they go from kindergarten to first grade. And for all of these next slides, the biggest thing you need to know is that for the most part, our SES balance has remained stable. So the way it works is for people who may not know how our III works, from grades 1, all of our new kindergarten kids are placed into the algorithm. Grades 1 through 4, only new students who come into our district get placed in the algorithm. So we don't put students continuously each grade back into the algorithm. Once you go through one time, you're in. And so for the most part, grades 1, 2, 3, and 4 have saw a good balance overall in terms of SES balance and racial balance. We still have our outliers that we're working through. Clinton, for example, because of, like I said, the earlier things about the foreign-born families and things that are going to there. Seth Boyden continue to have those underrepresentation of students of color in their district. All right, you can keep going. Keep going. This is still more, just go, keep going. I'm trying to get us through this. Second grade, you can stop here. Just again, as you can see as we go through this presentation, the stability of our SES tiering and our racial balances remains, but we still have some of the same schools showing up. Now you see Delia Bolden showing up. So Delia Bolden and Marshall were part of our unparent, and what we have started to notice when it comes to Delia Bolden, that they're now starting to see underrepresentation in their low SES tier, and now they're moving towards more overrepresentation in their high SES tier. And so that's something we're monitoring. And as you see, as we go through these slides, you'll start seeing Delia Bolden's name appear on here, because that's where we're starting to see a difference and a large shift in what those and what our placements are looking like. Next slide. You can go all the way to third grade. Okay, so in the third grade, the biggest point here is that our SES patterns remain generally stable, as I said earlier, as the cohort move from second to third grade. Though, again, comparisons are limited because Delia Bolden lacked the grade 2 enrollment from 24-25, and that's because part of the unpairing was we put Delia Bolden was 3-5, and we added a grade, started with kindergarten, then we added first grade, and then second grade. I think this was their first year of having second grade, I believe, in their school. All right, keep next slide, right there. No, go to grade 4. So when it comes to grade 4, now this is the cohort, this is the original group. So the fourth graders this year was the first group that went through the algorithm. Next year, 26, 27, this group will be in the fifth grade, which means the fifth grade, new fifth graders would now go in the algorithm. And I can say at this point, for 26, 27, we would have fully implemented the triple I. So we would have fully implemented triple I as now the fifth grade has been added. I know a couple of families commented, and we'll talk about the survey, in that we skipped fifth grade in the survey. Well, the reason why fifth grade wasn't in the survey is because they weren't part of triple I. And so this slide is important because it shows you how we've monitored this group over time. And the one thing that has remained constant with this group is just the overrepresentation of Black students at Seth Boyden and the overrepresentation of white students at South Mountain. They have not shifted in this cohort's movement as they move through with triple I. Okay, let's go to middle school. Now, I won't spend a lot of time in middle school simply because next year we didn't use triple I to place the rise in fifth grade, the rise in sixth graders this year, but I think it's important to see what some of these numbers look like with the last year or the last cohort of these students being placed through the algorithm. Now, by not using them in the algorithm does not mean we're not paying attention to some of these same SES and racial dynamics, but it just means that these students will no longer be placed through the algorithm. The important thing to know about middle school is that each year that they were placed through the algorithm, we saw relative balance throughout the grades, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. We saw relative balance when it came to both racial and ethnic placement versus SES tiering. So I think one of the reasons middle school was added at the beginning was because the fear is you do this integration work in K through 5, but then if it disperses out at middle school, it may lose the impact. But we see now that, you know, while they were going through the algorithm, we were able to keep a relative balance. Okay, you can skip all the way to the two-zone model. I think I've blown way past my 20 minutes, so I'm trying the best I can. One of the things that we wanted to explore and look at was a two-zone model, and we wanted to beta test that. One of the reasons we were looking at this and wanted to beta test it is we were looking at our budgetary situation, and we were looking at, you know, is there a better way? Is there a more efficient way that we could probably do triple I that can also help us when it comes with our transportation? Transportation cost is a huge cost that we have in our district. And so our superintendent wanted us to really look at triple I. As he's always said, everything's on the table when it comes to trying to look and see, you know, what we can do more effectively and more efficiently. And so we asked the ALS group to do a beta test. And we asked the ALS group to do a beta test using the 10% variance. Why did we do that? Prior to making that decision for them to use the 10% variance, we had the ALS group do a beta test on the current placement of students using a 5%, which we already had, 7.5%, and 10%. When they did that report and then gave it to us, it showed it didn't show much movement in terms of either the SES balance and the racial balance. And so the decision was made, well, let's see what a two-zone model will look like at a 10% variance. I spent time walking through that because some of the comments that we did here about this two-zone model in the presentation was it wasn't an apples to apples comparison. Why did we use 10% versus 5%? So I hope that clears the air and help everyone understand. The other thing we were trying to look at primarily and more specifically was how much transportational costs could we save if, in fact, the two-zone model would save us money on transportation. And the superintendent said if we saw a savings of around $2.5 million, then we would have to do something different. I'll jump to the end of the story. We did not see a $2.5 million savings by going to the two-zone model. As a matter of fact, going to the two-zone model showed only a slight improvement, but I want to caution even in using that, what it doesn't take into account is year over year and how much we could save year over year if we went to that. So that's something we'll look deeper into going forward. But also, this two-zone model assumes that if we go to a two-zone model, we have equalization of programming. That means we have the same type of self-contained classes happening in both zones. We have the same ML programs happening in both zones and stuff. So there's a lot of items that go into really making sure and seeing exactly if this model can be one that we can use. It is not off the table. We are still looking through some of the data on this. We haven't done any new reporting since this first came out, but just know that the superintendent has asked us to think about if we can do this more efficiently and more effectively, we need to look at that. Go to the map. Keep going. Keep going. Also, I want to talk to you, these pictures in these maps were used for aesthetics, so they're not meant for you to say this was proportionate. Now, these maps are somewhat proportionate because these are the maps that the ALS group used. And so when it came to the two-zone model, the outline in blue, it went to a north-south zoning. So they looked at using the proximity model as a beta test, and what happened was it totally threw off any of the beta testing numbers for SES tiering and racial balance were totally blown out of the way. It didn't work. And so they had to go to a different model, and so they went to this north-south model. So what you see on this map is what that breakdown looked like. The blue outline outlines for you the areas that were part of the southern zone as opposed to the northern zone. Go to the results. Keep going. So what did we find out when we did the, or how do the racial variance differ between the two models? We saw the racial variance across the zones with difference was modest. Black student percentages were equal across both zones. White students' variance was still large. There were large differences observed, but it was still small. In the southern zone, it was like a 4% difference. In the northern zone, it was a 5% difference compared to what was happening in the one zone model where the variances for our white students were greatest at Delia Bolden. Our black variants were greatest at Seth Boyden. And then some of the Delia Bolden lost some variance when it came to black students in the first zone. Next, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. There we go. So I talked about transportation. This is what the results came from in terms of transportation. Very limited in the two-zone model. It was like only like a 1% difference in the assignment of students between 1.25 miles. And the reason why it came back with so small of a numbers is the actual savings in transportation actually come from limiting the number of buses that you have. That's where you see the greatest savings. And so going to the two-zone model versus the one-zone model didn't lend itself to saying we could eliminate a number of buses where we could see that saving. It was very minimal, the gains. But I do want you to see these next slides because this is what did happen with the two-zone model. Next slide. You probably can't see this in the audience, but when you look at it online, you will start seeing the clustering of students based upon where students were clustered with the one-zone model versus the two-zone model. And so as you can see with the two-zone models, what it did offer is better clustering of students, and better clustering of students could mean better routing when it comes to routing students from location to location. So you can just slowly skip through these. I want people to see this. This is Clinton. This is Delia Bolden. This is Marshall. Paying attention to the clustering, Seth Boyden, South Mountain, and Tuscan. All right. So I talked a little bit about this and understanding the differences and why the differences are small. Overall, reassignments within zone and reduced cross-district flexibility largely offset each other, resulting in only modest differences between the one zone and the two zone model. So that's the kind of the Cliff Notes version of understanding what the differences were. Next slide. Next slide. So some of the conclusions. So more kindergarten, moved the kindergarten registration and first round assignments to earlier. We've been working on that. I think with the help of Dr. Wabel and the registration team, I think we've been moving those dates closer and closer up. I don't think they're right where the ALS group would want us to have it, but that's still a moving target for us. Reduce the late enrollments to maximize effectiveness. I mean, you know, we try to have families kind of get those enrollment documents into us as quickly as possible. One of the things, the effects, and what we have to tell folks, so our placement process, from the point in time you receive your placement in May, that doesn't mean our placement process for this year, the next year has ended. The first round of the placement hasn't ended because we have to go to the end of the school year because we're looking at withdrawals. We're looking at students new students who are coming in, and then our seat capacities are constantly changing. And so we don't look at transfers until the end of school because at that point, we see exactly how many spots each school has so we can start addressing some of the transfer issues. So what happens with late enrollments though is as late enrollments come, you know, that limits the ability of us to close down our placement process in a quicker manner. And then as late enrollments happen after we close down the first part of placements, then the likelihood of those families getting to their closest school is decreased. Our data work, we really encourage our families. Right now we're using our ACS data, the updated data from 2024. We really encourage our families to kind of self-report that data. Our objective would be once we get enough families that can self-report the data, maybe moving to using our self-reported data to come up with some of this tiering. And then we're continuing to monitor the impact of our variance numbers. It's still at 5. We did not move it to 10, but that does not mean we won't explore it to see if having 7.5 or 10 is still keeping us within that those desegregation numbers that we're looking for. Next slide. The overall focus is to enhance our data precision, improve our operational timing, monitoring our policy impacts, and plan strategically for potential transition if we want to go to another model to assign our students. Next slide. The conclusions from the beta test, I read over many of those. I think the last line is important. It says distance differences alone do not automatically determine transportation costs. Costs depend on student clustering, routing efficiency, effectiveness, bus and logistics. A detailed review of transportation and administration is always necessary. So any type of analysis we do about if we're going to change how we're doing III, if we're going to look at being more efficient, if there's a way to be more efficient, or if it has to include transportation as part of that ongoing discussion. Next slide. So real quick, I want the community to understand the SES tiering process. We get a lot of questions about this. So there are 2 factors that go into our SES tiering. It's educational attainment, and it's also income, family income level. What you see on the screen here are what are the weights assigned to different educational attainment that happens in our household. Those numbers are put into this calculated formula. Next slide. That includes what and they get a Z-score, what we call a diversity score, after we also take in what the average household income, and then based on that score, determines where your SES tiering is. There's a lot of words on this slide. Take a look at it. We also have it in our regulation that's now posted. You can take a look at it in there. We'll answer any questions you have, but that is what determines the SES tier. And so families can contact us if they want to know what tier they fall in. We can happily tell them that, but it's not as simple as it's a large process that goes into that. Next slide. I think it's important for us to know, because now we're using the 2024 community survey data. These are the tiering, so the average household income in our tiers, and I think this is important. Tier 1, the average household income for our Tier 1 families is $144,309. I think that's important to understand when we talk about our tiering system. This is the community that we live in. When many people hear low SES tier, sometimes I think they seem to think something different. But in South Orange and Maplewood, our low SES tier is 6 figures. Our high SES tier is $367,104. So this kind of gives you an idea of, where our tiering numbers lie. And when you also add that to what the educational attainment scores could be, the percentage of families lacking a bachelor's degree in Tier 1 is like 38.3% versus 13.5% in our Tier 3. Next slide. This is why that is important. You probably can't see on this slide, but this kind of shows you what the shift has happened since we've initially started III to where we are now. What we're seeing now is, because of our SES tiering and because of our high income levels, we're seeing some of our previously low SES tiers now moving into mid SES tier range, and some of our mid SES tier ranges moving into our high SES tier ranges, which means in some of our areas, a larger group of high SES tier people pushing into schools that we normally didn't, that may have had capacity for them when they were SES tier 2, but now that they're SES tier 3, we don't have the capacity for them now because they moved into another tier. Then on our low SES tier, they're moving to mid SES tier, which means now some of our schools having larger low SES tier capacity, but not having the seats to fit because we don't have the bodies to put into those seats. So it's just a unique thing that's happening. I think we're at the question slide now, because there's a lot of information. I know we want to talk about the data, but I mean the III survey, but I think that was a lot of information. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Gilbert. Now, I know that in addition to you being here with the presentation, we do also have Michael Alves and Nancy McArdle here. I don't know if they are prepared or have things that they want to say, or if they're simply available for questions.
Michael and Nancy, can you just say hi to the board, but then let's just go right into questions.
Hello.
Nancy, say hi.
Hello.
Michael,
Hello.
Michael, say hi. Okay, he's there somewhere.
He's ready to go.
Okay.
Very good.
Yep.
I'm going to open it up to board questions. Do I have a board member Sackett Gable?
Hello, can you hear me?
Question, but just a brief comment, if that's okay. Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Gilbert. I know it was a massive amount of work, and this presentation had been pushed back a couple of times, so thank you. And just as you continue this work, and it seems like the team has a solid handle on the III placements. Mr. Bing, I just hope that you can just be mindful of staff capacity. There's so much positive momentum that you're spearheading around strengthening academic achievement, supporting the actual integrated classrooms, and implementing initiatives that are already underway. I would just encourage you to just make sure that staff have the time and the bandwidth to focus on the work in the classrooms too, now that this seems to be rolling quite smoothly, Dr. Gilbert. So yeah, so, just keep that in mind as you're thinking of potential shifts.
Any other questions? Okay, Board Member Callahan.
Yes, I'd echo what Shayna said. Thank you so much. I was wondering if maybe you could elaborate a little bit on the type of impact analysis that you all are planning with regard to the two-zone model. Transportation costs are clearly one component. It seems like, given earlier discussions on achieving approximately like a $2.5 million transportation savings, and the current analysis appears to only have a modest improvement, but you want to focus on that year over year. I think what jumped out at me too was also the model assuming equalization of programming across school. So just curious, like the initial thoughts around all that would be required of that. So comparable self-contained special education programs, have we evaluated, I guess, like the associated personnel, facilities? We talked a lot about capacity in our schools. So just curious in terms of those two components as you're moving forward, considering what that impact analysis might look like and taking into account what Shayna said with your own capacity and kind of all we have going on within our classrooms.
Absolutely. So as I stated in the program, the two-zone model beta test assumed certain things. It assumed the equalization of programming. So it assumed that each zone had the same offerings for students. And I use our special education programming, for example, that if you have an ERI program in zone 1, you need to have an ERI program in zone 2. If you have an ML program in zone 1, you need to have an ML program in zone 2. The other thing that the two-zone model also assumed is students would remain in their zone, in their schools currently, so we wouldn't re-put students into the algorithm. So whatever school you're in is where you go, and then only new students, so the new kindergarten students will go into zone 1, the new kindergarten students will go into zone 2. If they had a sibling who was maybe in zone 2, but they were placed at zone 1, this model assumed that that sibling stayed in zone 2. It didn't move over. Now, if this is something, one of the impacts we have to look at is what is the impact to variance? What is the impact to both on SES tier and racial balance if we give the option to let families move their kids into intra-zone travel? That's one of the impacts. The other impact that we're looking at when I talk about equalization of programming, that may call for more staff. That may call for us having to hire more teachers. And doing a cost analysis of the benefits of doing that to get to this model as opposed to other costs that may generate that particular piece is something that we have to look at. And then again, we also have to pay attention to what the impact is on our diversity amongst our schools. And if one zone is going to lend itself to one group versus another group, all that has to come into play. So we're so far away from making a decision on that, but those are some of the things that we have to take into account. I don't know, Michael and Nancy, did I catch it all?
Nancy, you want anything to add?
Yeah, I think it's very important to, when you're talking about moving into multi-zones, to make sure that the zones are not only equal as much as possible in all regards, but also that they're perceived as equal. You don't want to have a situation where one zone is seen to be better in some way than another zone. So thinking about having equal resources, equal staffing, those types of things is critical when you're going basically going to be restricting families to the certain schools that they can attend. So that is very important. I would say one other thing that we noticed when we're doing these beta tests around the zones is, Dr. Gilbert alluded to this, that we had some trouble around how we divided up the zones compared to how we had previously done this. And part of that is because we are seeing some separation in the socioeconomic status between different parts of the district. If you looked back at that map where you saw the changes in the block groups of the neighborhoods that were moving up in socioeconomic status, they were all in the more South Mountain area. And we see that when we look at the overall demographic changes in South Mountain generally than Maplewood, where South Mountain is moving faster in terms of its economic growth. At least that's what the data seems to show. So it's also important to think about the difference in the geography of where kids are relative to the zones in order to try to maintain that socioeconomic balance as well.
Any other questions? No. Board Member Bennett.
I have a kind of historical question for Michael Alves and Nancy McArdle. When the III was developed in the late 2010s, like there was a serious proposal to have like maybe not a two-zone model, but two sets of 3 schools. You know, that's what Dr. Ficarra had endorsed. And, you know, at some point in 2020, like we dropped that and we just have like this one-zone model. I was wondering if you could share any like, you know, recollections of actually why the original 2 sets of 3 or two-zone model that was proposed in the late 2010s was abandoned.
Well, I can answer that. The problem, the district is not very large. I've worked with giant schools.
We can't hear you, Mr. Alves.
Can you hear me now?
Just speak up a little louder for us.
Oh, okay. I've worked with large school districts. Your district is relatively small, and the question, as Nancy alluded to, even with 2 zones, you're restricting the schools that children can attend. The 3-zone model simply made no sense at all because you'd be talking about just having 2 schools, and then that was not really feasible. And then the idea of the 1 zone made sense, perfect, and you've been working that now for 5 years. If you're thinking about the 2 zones, the potential of perhaps maybe producing some transportation efficiency through better routing. I've experienced that with other school districts, but it has to be self-contained. And that's the challenge. Can you actually have equivalent zones educationally? And that would be the big challenge to the district. But again, 1 zone or 2 zone, the important thing is that you'd be able to maintain your commitment to a diverse school district.
Other questions? Board Member Higgins.
First of all, thank you, Dr. Gilbert. It is an 89-page document. And I will say, when you really look at it in detail, it is very educational. And I suggest people at home take a second to actually look at it, because this is a lot of really incredible data. I will kind of echo Shana and Liz, board member Sackett Gable and board member Callahan, that the capacity to continue the beta test, I would really want to understand the why after learning that there isn't anything monumental in the current beta test, and we have so many more things to like focus on. And you said many times that we've reached a level of stability. And that is something we hear through the community time and time again. They want stability, they want consistency. The other things that are concerning to me is, even though transportation was considered for the 2-zone model, we currently don't offer those programs in the 2 zones that are potential. So that will definitely be an added cost, not just FTEs, but training, setting up the classrooms. I imagine that would be kind of big. And I'm really, really happy with the regulation that has been put out, because I think it really allows the district to focus on year over year, making sure this practice, it continues its stability, but you have flexibility. So I think the work that has been done up until this point related to how this implementation has been done is really solid. Another concern with the 2-zone model, that map is Maplewood, South Orange. That literally separates the 2 towns. It does not bring them together. And we are South Orange Maplewood School District, and we want them all to work together by the time they get to CHS. And I don't know what the impact of that is, but to separate at an elementary level all of Maplewood and all of South Orange, pretty much, I would really want to understand what that would look like in our community.
I'll start, and then I'll let Mr. Bing if I miss it. I think, to your point about why, I think with anything that we do, we often have to always go back, check the data, look at the plan, make sure it's still feasible, and look for opportunities to be efficient and effective. And what that means sometimes is creating or coming up with scenarios that we want to look at to see what happens. And what the data tells us, that's what the data tells us, and we move to we do something different. I think the one thing Mr. Bing has brought to our district is that reflective piece from everything, top to bottom, whether it's instructional practices, whether it's how we do discipline, whether it's how we do anything in the district, taking an opportunity to gather data, look at it, and make determinations on what we can do. And so I think that's what led us to getting to this particular point, and that's what the ask has been for us, is to continue to look at that. And then provide the data so people can see and then make that decision based upon that. So if I had to couch a why, that's the why. I don't know, Mr. Bing.
Oh, no, I completely understand the why. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for doing it.
Other questions? Board Member Brown.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I want to start by saying that I really do think we need to take a hard look at what we're doing across our district, given our budget situation, and I do believe this presentation is a great start to that, so thank you, Dr. Gilbert, for all the hard work that you put into this. This was extremely informative. And you know me, I love my data, so I love all the data in there. I actually have a different takeaway. I believe our current III is inefficient and inequitable. About 15 to 20% of our families, those that are not placed at their first or second closest school, wake up earlier, they travel farther, they lose their ability to rely on their neighbors for carpool and childcare, and the rest of our community does not share that burden. I do not believe that's equitable. And I think that people understand that burden given the emphasis in today's presentation on the number of students placed at the closest school in the presentation and how we want to get more placed at their closest school. I do believe at a minimum we need to move to a two-zone model. Dr. Gilbert's maps on slides 80 through 85, I think, show the clustering speaks for itself. Will you reap savings in year one? No. But year over year, naturally bus routes will become more efficient and people will be placed at schools with their neighbors. I agree that we'd have to consider extra programming. I also know it won't be perfect because you will still have a small subset of families who bear the brunt, land at their third choice school, but I do believe it would be an improvement and is worth pursuing. But all this said, I want to point out that we all know that we are in a financial crisis. Our revenue is capped at 2%. We can't keep pace with our, which does not keep pace with our costs. And under the status quo, things look worse last year than they were this year. We haven't had the stark, attention-grabbing situations of Montclair and West Orange. Ours have been slower and a little more silent. But over the past 2 years, we've had vacancies that we have not hired for, and we've let those positions go. Even after those efforts, we've had 2 RIF teachers. We've postponed science books purchasing for 2 years. We have a 0 budget for our athletics. We couldn't do pre-K expansion that we wanted to do. And many other austerity measures have been taken, including a new para-contract. And these types of cuts hit low-income families the hardest. Families with means can support and supplement by going to private school, getting extra tutoring, but others do not have that luxury. So I want to point out that we spend, I would say estimated, this is my estimate, about $3 to $4 million on transportation for III. This is a choice, moving children around instead of putting resources in the classroom. I'm not saying we should eliminate courtesy busing. I do not believe that you can send a family's child across town and then deny them a way to get there, especially our low SES families. But what I'm saying that our priority should be targeting resources that close the achievement gap, especially for students of color and those receiving special services. For example, look at our Rutgers recommendations on math, an area where our district performance from elementary to high school is very disappointing. The recs include ensuring low-track students get high-quality instruction, identifying high-achieving students from underrepresented backgrounds for advanced courses, and creating enrichment and acceleration opportunities. None of these require moving students around. They require classroom resources and intention. Imagine what $3 to $4 million could do in our classrooms instead of on buses. And I do believe that the gap starts in pre-K and elementary, not just middle school and high school. I'd rather see resources spent in our schools, in our elementary schools, than spending getting them to those schools. Of course, it would be wonderful to have an integration model that is equitable, efficient, and meets families' needs, while also fully resourcing our classrooms. I would love that, but that is not the reality that we are in. Neighboring districts have had to change their integration practices because of the finite resources and their decisions to prioritize resources in the classroom over moving students around. I believe that this is the best choice for our district as well. Every year we wait equates to more cuts that directly impact students' learning and disproportionately affecting those with less means. I'm just throwing this out there because I know this summer we are going to start to talk about what are the hard choices that we have to make around our budget and what are our board and district priorities and goals for our students. And I want to make sure as we develop the budget this year, we are aligning it with those goals and priorities. And for me, those goals and priorities are keeping resources in the classroom.
Other questions, comments? Board Member Capadia?
All right. Thanks, Dr. Gilbert, for the presentation. The interrogation of the data is a welcome development in a lot of these presentations, and I think we all are learning a lot more for it, and I look forward to even seeing more. I don't need to spend a lot of time revisiting the issues with transportation, how placement is implemented through the one-zone model under the III. Every year, and before this BOE, we try to bus kids to 6 different schools and keep the ride under 45 minutes, which I still think is too long, and we run into the same issues over and over. There's not enough buses and inefficient routes, especially when you're looking at crosstown routes between South Mountain and South Boyden. And the only way to keep the ride under the 45 minutes is to attain more buses that are not filled. We do this every year, and those losses add up. And we all know the impacts. It's a real cost in the learning, loss of learning time, the central office focus, lateness, isolated placements, traffic, disruption, an avoidable mess of costs, all impacting the students. The two-zone model, I believe, alleviates that pressure with shorter bus rides, more efficient routes, and simplified logistics. And here's the thing, under the two-zone model from the data that you showed, the SDS targets are achievable, and you reduce the isolated placements immensely, and you simplify the routes, reducing bus time. I think of it like a race. If you could win a race in 30 minutes, why would you choose to run it in an hour? You need some analysis, but you also need a stopwatch when we look at this. Mr. Bing in the district has been warning of the operational budget challenges, which looks particularly bleak for next year. And I agree with Mr. Bing that we are dangerously close to the inevitable, where teachers, programs, services, and even schools themselves are the most vulnerable. Laying off teachers isn't the way to balance a budget. It's why we can no longer treat the III, particularly the one-zone transportation and placement criteria, as a non-negotiable. Rather, ensuring more of our Black and brown students graduate with higher math and ELA levels should be non-negotiable. Some of us are okay with spending funds on transportation and hours of central office time on placement criteria for the one-zone model that ultimately is not resulting in improved outcomes.
I'm going to jump in for just a second here because this is a time for questions. We don't actually have a thing that we're debating a vote on, and I know that there's a lot. So if there are questions you have, I'd ask all board members to focus on that for right now. Thank you.
Now I'll stop there.
Any other questions?
I'll try to end this with a question mark. I just want to say very quickly, I want to just emphasize what is on this, what Dr. Gilbert shared, right? 77% of kids are going to school within a mile of where they live. 82% are within 1.25 miles. 91% are within 2 miles. And that's still 2 miles. Where I grew up, I did not go to school within 2 miles, and I did not go to an integrated school system, right? So we actually are sending a lot of students to their closest school or to a school that's nearby. I think that's worth emphasizing. And I don't want to go too far afield here. III does cost some amount of money. I'm not sure it's the 3 or 4 million that Board Member Brown said. It does cost some money. I think it is money worth spending because having an integrated school system where each school looks like the district as a whole, where kids are growing up and learning next to people who are different from them is monumentally important. So here's my question. The results we've seen so far of the two-zone model, we've got 3 more kids going within 1.25 miles. 3 more kids, not 300 kids, 3 more kids. Transportation savings are uncertain. One thing I wanted to highlight is that if you have a kid, say you're in the South Zone, but you send your kid to Marshall, kids in 2nd grade, that kid is still going to Marshall for the rest of their elementary career. And if you've got another kindergartner on the way, they're also going to Marshall. So we're not actually going to implement a 2-zone transportation system anytime in the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And that's going to cut back on transportation. It's my view that you've run out this ground ball. I appreciate all the work that went into it. I know a lot of work and analysis went into it. It just doesn't look like this is going to shake out into meaningful benefits for students going to their closest school or in transportation savings. So do you disagree? Do you think you're going to find something more if you keep digging? That was a question.
I'm going to answer your question this way. I think the objective, again, was to look and see if the way this plan was outlined could provide the efficiencies that we were looking for. This particular version didn't do that. But that doesn't mean we won't stop analyzing. That doesn't mean we won't stop doing the data. That doesn't mean we won't stop looking. We start with the 2-zone model and we looked at it. There's still other areas that we probably want to look at before we totally come to the conclusion that this is not the model we want to use. But that also is not going to stop us from living to the mandate that has been given upon us to look for effective and efficient ways of operating our business. And so the only way I can answer that question is the current ask and the current data showed us that the savings were very minimum, so we didn't move to try to have this become the model. That does not mean we won't continue to look at this model or other models to see if there's other efficient and effective ways to do things.
Any other questions? Board Member Bennett.
Thank you very much for everything. I think this is the best III presentation I've seen. And I've been watching them since the first year of the III. And I also want to commend you on really mastering
Can I leave now? Thank you. Thank you.
And I want to commend you on your mastering AI-assisted presentations too. We've got a graphic designer here. I did have a serious question though. I also want to thank you for pointing out how important each school's kindergarten enrollment size is in certain of the disparities that exist between populations in town. That's a very big deal. It's not just each zone's, each sub-neighborhood's demographics. Related to that, I'm coming to my question. For the last kindergarten, 25-26, we had about 90 kids at Seth Boyden, and we had 58 kids at South Mountain. I was wondering, do you see us actually continuing that basic enrollment size at Seth Boyden and South Mountain? If we had a larger kindergarten next year than we had for this past year, which I think will happen, would South Mountain get another section? And if we had continued at 90 kids at Seth Boyden, it would get to be almost 600 kids, and if we had 58 kids at South Mountain, it would eventually get to be 350 kids. My bottom line is actually, what do you think we're going to do with each elementary school's enrollment?
So when it comes to capacity, like I say, each year we do a right sizing exercise to kind of see where we can expand sections. Every year we look at the disparity that's happening with South Mountain versus maybe say a Seth Boyden, but we also have to look and see what those trends look like across the district. And so we are always trying to explore ways. We see what's happening at South Mountain, but there's other factors that also go into place in terms of what that expansion could look like. the scheduling, for example, when you expand a kindergarten class and you have specials and things like that, that means sometimes we might have to share cross-district with some of the teachers who may be doing special. So there's just a lot of other analysis that go into it, but I'll answer your question like this. Yes, we are trying to look at ways to increase our capacity, particularly at South Mountain, to kind of see, if we can get another section in there. But the way the numbers and the enrollment pans out, it just has not afforded us that opportunity to do that. Now, I believe we looked at our new enrollment numbers, and our enrollment numbers have been increasing. We've been getting more enrollments in, and so we're trending in that way. I just don't know right now if it's trending in enough manner that's going to say we could add a section to South Mountain at this particular point in time. But yes, South Mountain's always at the top of our list because they have the lowest capacity right now in kindergarten.
Any other questions? Question. Board Member Brown.
I have two questions. There were two things that kind of stuck out to me in your presentation that I wanted just to touch upon and find out what you're doing about them. The first is given our demographics, because we are dividing our students among 6 schools, we are having situations where you are having a black student in a classroom, no other black student in the classroom. So what are we doing about those types of isolated placements to minimize those? And then secondly, you mentioned that still black students and low SES students are traveling the furthest. And I guess, what are we doing about that situation as well?
So 2 things. As I shared earlier, we're working with our principals in terms of looking across their collection of students when they make determinations of classroom placements, trying to really pay close attention to those situations where you may have an isolated incident where you will have one student in particular in one particular class. We've heard from families who talk about what that means. That is one of the areas of growth that we have to do. That also deals with really educates. When we talk about cultural competency across the district and what it means to have leaders that are culturally competent in what they think and how they think, there's also a leadership mind shift thing that has to go on as well too. And so we can tell our principals, we can tell to look at that diversity and be very intentional in that, but then also helping them see that because their philosophy may be a little different when that particular placement comes. So 2 things we're doing is we're working with that competency piece with our leaders in terms of understanding the impact that it has on isolating, putting students in a class. So as I talked about earlier, what the data shows us is our racial balances numbers are fine, but we still have to do something about these individual situations that are coming up in our schools. And so that's a leadership, that's a school by school thing that we're working with. In terms of the other question that you asked, in terms of the, I lost it. It was the
longer transportation for low SES and yeah.
So one of the things I know that we're adding to our look for around when we look at transfer requests is we are going to really start looking at that distance, because one of the other things that's been mandated by our superintendent is that he does not want a student on a bus more than 30 minutes. And so we now have to be intentional about looking at those routing situations where we have students who may be on the bus for that amount of time and trying to see if there's a way to move them to their closest school to try to prevent that potential phenomenon. And so both of those incidents, whether it's the isolation in the classroom and the busing, deal with intentionality on our part as leaders to try to do something about that. And so we're going to try this year on that busing situation to see if we can do that. And if not, then Michael and Nancy and myself and the team, we're going to get together with Sandy and kind of see what there is we can do from an algorithmic placement process that can get that done.
Any other questions? All right. Dr. Gilbert, thank you so much for your time, as well as our folks in the ALFS group. And I want to personally tell you how much I appreciate the issuance this month of Regulation 5120, which lays out in unbelievably detailed ways the actual method that the III works. And that was a lot of work for you folks to complete. I think it is helpful for the community that otherwise would have had to churn through year after year of PowerPoint presentations to understand exactly how this is working. So thank you so much for your effort on that.
All right, and I want to take a point of personal privilege to thank Dr. Wabel, Ms. Liana, Keith, the entire team, Michael, Nancy. This is some hard grinding work. I'm doing the presentation, but they all make me look good, and I just want to take this opportunity to thank them. And also, I'm going to ask maybe I could come back by July, August to do the III survey presentation.
I think that
as well
makes good
too.
sense. Thank you.
I think we could do that. Our time has been well spent. Michael and Nancy, thank you so much for being here. We didn't hear from you much tonight, but your spirit was helpful.
Dr. Gill, again, I just want to commend the school district for what you're doing. I've been doing this for over 50 years, and I want to tell you, I'm very proud that I'm working with this school district. It's been an honor, and we'll help you any way we can. I just hope that everyone is beginning to understand that what you have here is an extraordinarily integrated elementary schools. I don't know of any other school district in the country that has the level of integration at the elementary level you have, especially since the Supreme Court threw out my Seattle plan where we had to go with the socioeconomic race neutral. So again, I just commend everyone involved, and I'm very proud Nancy feels the same way, that we're able to help you any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gilbert. I know it's a lot of work. Appreciate you.
Now, folks, I want to say I so greatly appreciate everyone's patience in sitting here, riding through this with us this evening. You folks are on deck. Superintendent Bing is stepping up to the plate. He's got a few words, and then we're getting to you. We want to hear all of your contributions this evening. Thank you.
So part of our work over the last couple of years around this budget has been trying to make it more transparent and more public. Over the next couple months, we will be posting a fiscal dashboard in addition to an academic dashboard on our website that will keep our community abreast of where we are in both areas. Part of our work also included doing monthly reports around the budget throughout the whole year. As you know, we presented the 26-27 budget in May. It was approved by the board, approved by the county, and approved by the state as well. Now posted on the website along with our preliminary budget presentation. Working through the Budget Action Committee, which is made up of about 30 community members and staff, and also the board, and also community surveys that overwhelmingly, I believe the number was about 87% in regards to the question, we need more information about the budget. We don't understand how a school budget works. So with those information streams, we've decided every board meeting, in addition to our town halls, our other presentations, to give an update on the budget and where we currently stand and where we are going. Go ahead, Keith. Go ahead, Keith. So this was our 24-25 presentation. When we first came into the district, the first thing we did was take a look at the budget, and we noticed some very alarming issues. We ended up zeroing out the entire budget and developed a zero-based budget. And that's how we developed the 25-26 budget. At every possible meeting, we had this sign up. Every call, every memo sent out, we had this sign. We are now over that cliff. We are past the point of going line by line in the budget, which is about 1,200 to 1,500 budget lines. We are past that. We have made all those cuts. We are now at the program and staffing level moving forward. This year, unfortunately, and heartbreakingly, we had to reduce in force staff, some wonderful staff. We had to reduce in force award-winning staff. We had to transfer individuals, as many of you know who've attended our board meeting and our budget presentations. We are trying to narrow our budget gaps through attrition, through resignation, and through retirement, and not filling vacancies when we don't have to. And when we do have to fill vacancies, we are transferring staff. We have done that for about 2 years. For the 25 and 26 budget, we saved around $5.5 to $6 million through transfers instead of out-of-district hiring. We did the same this time around. We'll continue that process moving forward to alleviate as much stress as possible. We have discussed the many factors that have produced this circumstance, including a broken state aid formula that we have lost about $1.4 million every year for the past 5 years, rising energy costs, and extremely rising health costs in the state. We were able to get out of the state health plan this year with the help of our ASCA and SOMEA associations. Big thanks to both. Though we still were hit with an increase, we were not hit with the state health plan increase of 30%, which would have broken us. We were hit with about an 11 to 15% increase. So we are now self-insured. We'll continue to move in that direction and continue exploring areas of savings to try to reduce our gap. Go ahead, Keith. This was from our 25-26 budget presentation. Our big budget actions to close the $9 million gap that we walked into in 24 and 25. We had a budget freeze in January. We added an additional child study team to reduce litigation and lawsuits. We renegotiated vendor contracts and went out for a robust RFP process. We did the same thing this year as well. We right-sized our personnel. The district did not have a PCR. So for those of you who work in industry or in every nonprofit, this district did not have a PCR. We did not have an electronic purchase order system. Everything was done on carbon paper. We did not have a checks and balances system. Every one of those have been instituted over the past year and a half. Implementation of a special services audit. We had 2 done, one by the state and one in-house. We are abiding by those recommendations and moving forward with them. Returning key positions to save money as well. For many of you know, we outsource many of our issues that need to be fixed, such as a pipe burst, a boiler broke down. Last budget, we were able to bring in a specialized maintenance worker who has significantly reduced those costs by doing the work in-house. We did some zero-based budgeting, as mentioned. We moved to the train-the-trainer model for PD. We also honed in on large budget categories, as was mentioned previously: transportation, facilities, utilities, and special services. Go ahead, Keith. So, moving forward, this is what we promised when we presented our 25 and 26 budget in April 2024. The check marks next to those promises are things that we accomplished. One of our promises, energy cost analysis, reduction, and ESIP exploration. We have started that work, and as you know and have seen on our resolution, we are exploring solar power as well. Review participation in the state health benefits plan. We are now out of the state health benefits plan because, as noted, the 33% increase would have resulted in over 100 staff members being laid off. We are now self-insured. Analyze transportation, hub model, bus stop consolidation. We have consolidated bus stops. We have changed the start and stop times of our schools so we could tier our buses and remove about 12 buses from our streets, reducing our transportation costs significantly. There is still work to do in that area as well. Re-registration initiative. We have now had 2 re-registration issues that have saved us a combination of about $750,000. Budget projections instead of living budget to budget dashboards. I will show you the budget projections that we have had and made for the next 3 years. The dashboards, as I mentioned previously, will be up on the website by early September, again, academic as well as fiscal, so we're being as transparent as possible. We also are continuing our Budget Action Committee as well to keep that transparency and also get some good counseling from our community members who are out there in the community and in the schools who are seeing how some of these fiscal decisions play out. Town halls, community conversations and surveys, we continue. Exploring reownership of buses, we are still doing that. We may be looking at the reownership of vans, especially for our homeless transportation and also our athletics. We have reviewed facility usage rental fees and have changed them. We now have a 10% increase due to life increases and inflation. Expansion of community action committees. We expanded the budget action, the advisory committee. We now have a transportation action committee as well. School budget 101 trainings. We've had 2 of those already. We'll continue those as well this year. Achieve Foundation partnerships. We have a strategic planning meeting with Achieve, I believe, end of next week to really leverage all the wonderful work that they've done in the district. Exploring alternative revenue streams and leveraging newly constructed spaces. Again, we have some beautiful spaces over at the high school, looking to rent those out and bring in some revenue. Expanding special services continuum. We have expanded our special. We will be adding an ERI at the middle school level next year to bring back students that are currently out of district in the West Orange district. We'll continue to expand our continuum moving forward. Strategic planning. For those of you who are not part of the strategic planning work, we met 3 times with New Jersey School Boards Association and have collected that information. This summer, we will be writing our plan for presentation in September to the community. We want to thank everybody that showed up to those meetings. We know the springtime is a very busy time, but we had a great turnout at our meetings, so I want to thank everybody who showed. And also all our long-range facility plans, which we have finished and submitted to the state. Over the next month or so, you are going to see a prioritized list of infrastructure issues that have to be addressed. We will be hopefully issuing a bond and presenting it to our Board of School Estimates within the next month or 2 to address those major issues in our buildings. Our buildings are old. Our facilities have been neglected over the last 15 years. Instead of putting money into facilities, we've taken that money to balance the budget. Go ahead, Keith. This was our presentation for this year's budget, which is 26-27 for the upcoming year. I'm going to ask you to take a look at the targeted area. We discussed projections that we've been making for the first time in this district for over 10 years. For the 27 and 28 year, which has not started yet. It starts July 1st. We are in an $8.8 million gap already. That is before a boiler goes down. That is before a pipe breaks. That is before any litigation. We are in an $8.8 million gap currently going into the 27 and 28 year if we're taking inflation, energy, and healthcare costs into consideration. Projection for 28-29, that number jumps to 13 million. To put that in some perspective, that's what some of our surrounding districts, that was their gap. So for those of you who are reading the headlines in regards to 80 teachers let go, 100 staff members let go, buildings being closed, sports being cut, that's at the $13 million level. And those are the online articles you're reading in those districts that are surrounding us currently. For 29-30, we are looking at a $17.4 million gap. So unless the funding formula changes through the state, these are the numbers that we should expect moving forward. I'm going to go back to what I just said. We have already done the line-by-line budget cutting. We are now at programs and staffing. For every $1 million, you're looking at 10 to 15 people. So I want to put that in context for everybody. This has now been the messaging for over 20 months. And as Board Member Brown mentioned, I'm hoping it doesn't take a tragic event to make sure people understand what's happening in the South Orange Maplewood School District. To me, letting go 8 staff members this year is tragic. Take a look at the gap we're going into next year and the gap after that. At next month's Facilities and Finance and Technology Committee, I'm going to be recommending looking at closing down this building, because that's where we are currently. Go ahead, Keith. If you look at the targeted area, that is our savings. So for the past 15 years, this district has used its savings to balance budgets to avoid difficult conversations like this for 15 years. Then they got a break for 4 years with the pandemic funding. That pandemic funding has dried up. There is no more. Our savings have dried up. There is no more. For 26-27, our budget is $200 million. Let me read off our savings for everybody here. So our capital reserve is $4.6 million. Our maintenance reserve is 3.2. So I want you to put that in your household, and you tell me if you would still be in your house with these numbers. There is where we are right now. We cannot continue this practice of taking from our savings to balance budgets, or taking from our facilities to balance budgets, or using all our pandemic money to balance budgets moving forward. We don't have it. We can't continue as a district to lose $1.4 million a year in state funding because the state isn't fully funding the funding formula. So we need advocacy. We've been down the Trenton multiple times. We need advocacy. On our website, you'll find names of senators, assemblymen. We need advocacy. Or we will be our peer districts within the next 365 days. Go ahead, Keith. How we closed the fiscal gap for 26-27, which was about $7.5–8 million. We had a one-time healthcare waiver gap of $5 million because we switched to self-insured. I want to stress one time. We cannot carry that over. If we did not have that waiver, going back to what I just said, 10 to 15 staff members for every million, you can do the math. You're looking at about 75 staff members we would have had to let go this year. This is a one-time waiver. We corrected our pre-K projection numbers. We were over-projecting for special education. We were paying for, but leaving multiple seats open across the district. We corrected that for a savings of about $500,000. Eliminated elementary security at about $300,000. That was funded through pandemic monies. Before the pandemic, none of our elementaries had security. Currently, after the capital project we just completed, every one of our elementaries have security vestibules where folks have to be buzzed in to get in. So our buildings are safe. We have upgraded all our video cameras. That work is continuing. Big shout out to Mr. Bonds and Technology Department. But anything that was funded with pandemic monies, we cannot continue to fund. Those monies are no more. We tiered our buses. We just mentioned that. That's why we changed our start in school and stop times, so we can truly tier our buses so we can more effectively utilize them. That saved about $2 million, taking 12 to 13 buses off the road. We transitioned out of the state health plan. I mentioned that. Would have been about a 30 to 33% hit. Private contract rebids. We did a robust request for proposals around paraprofessionals, security, custodial. We will continue those RFP proposals over the next year as well to make sure all our services are the most efficient they can be and the highest quality. We hadn't rebid services in a very long time. Districts, by best practice, should rebid every 3 years. Budget freeze. That is not a strategy. Anyone in here who works, that is not a strategy. Freezing the budget every year. This year, we froze it in November. So our schools had September and November to spend any money. The rest was frozen, so we could help close the gap. That is not a strategy. Shared staffing model. If a position was open, such as our CHS library position, we left it open. We're sharing, doing shared personnel for that particular space in regards to librarians. We will continue to look at a shared staffing model, not only within the district, but also with our Livingston, our Milburn, our West Orange counterparts, because they're in the exact same spot. And every district I just mentioned made RIFs this year, some for the first time in over a decade. Not filling vacancies due to retirement, resignation, and non-renewal. We mentioned that. RIFs, we had to reduce in force, saving us $2.5 million. And we did a line by line. We did that for 2 years straight. That brought in about $6 million. Go ahead, Keith. As I just mentioned, we can no longer pass the buck on tough conversations. We have a stable board who understands where we are at and understands that the difficult conversations have to happen. We also understand that many of these decisions have to be data-driven at this point. We've also had transition upon transition upon transition of leadership in this district. Whether it's business administrators, whether it's superintendents, whether it's directors of transportation, whether it's assistant transportation, assistant superintendents, this has been a turnstile of leadership. Had about 7 superintendents here in the last 12 years. Had about 8 different business administrators in the last 15. Numerous assistant superintendents, director of transportation, you've had 5 in the last 7 years. You rarely see a board member run for a second seat. Everything I just mentioned is anti-effective best practice school districts. Best practice school districts have steady boards. Best practice school districts have steady leadership. We are not there, and that is work we have to do. And these are difficult conversations we have to have, and we will continue to have. Go ahead, Keith. Go ahead, Keith. This is our academic report. We'll place this, it's on the website currently. It'll also be part of the dashboard. What I do want to point out are two really main points. One being, we are a correction action plan district for chronically absent. So we are over what the state requires we should be at. Yet, we are one of the most affluent districts in the state. Second, we do not meet the graduation rate for the state. We are below it. We have a correction action plan for that as well. Again, we are one of the most affluent districts in the state. We cannot graduate the amount of kids that the state says we should be. So when we talk about student achievement, and that should be our focus, when we talk about the fact that our infrastructure needs to be our focus, when we talk about we didn't make one cut in regards to mental health this year around, because that has to be our focus. Those are our buckets, our 3 major buckets as we move forward. You'll be hearing them again and again. Go ahead, Keith. As noted, not only did we have RIFs this year, we did not have any last year because we took from our savings. The year before that, we made major cuts in our secretarial staff. This year, we made major cuts in this building, central office, as well as staffing around the district. Go ahead, Keith. Go ahead. So, one of the bids, and I've been receiving emails on this, and I've been getting back to you as quick as I possibly can. We went out, one of our requests for proposal was around paraprofessionals. We went through a cooperative this year, Mercer County Special Services School District Cooperative. So that's a shared purchasing cooperative. I believe in the Mercer County Special Services one, there are about 27 schools in that cooperative, including, I believe us, West Orange, Westfield, It's just not Mercer County schools. It's across from the state. Districts do that to secure lower volume-based pricing. We also do that to reduce administrative bidding costs that come with the bidding process. Go ahead, Keith. Go ahead, Keith. Very quickly, as we went out for bid for many of our services, including our powers, we went out for custodial, we went out for security. Part of that work is interviewing other districts, other superintendents, other directors of special services, other HRs, other facility directors. We probably spoke to over 70 schools around our area and outside our county in regards to what they were doing and who they were utilizing. Go ahead, Keith. Go ahead, Keith. We landed on Delta T for our paraprofessionals. They have been in the district previously. They are in many districts across the state. We currently utilize Delta T to fill other positions in the district that we do not have. We will be transitioning to them for our paras in the 26-27. But if you look on our board agendas, you will see that we have Delta T, and Delta T has been in the district for many years. We utilize them to fill some social workers, some psychologists, and some other positions when we can't hire for them. These are the districts that are currently, go back, Keith. Some of the districts that are current partners with Delta T around paraprofessionals. You've got Clinton, you've got Colts Neck, Elizabeth, you've got Newark, you've got Springfield Public Schools, Summit, Verona, Washington Township, North Bergen, and there are many more on the list. I just took the ones that were as close as possible to us. Go ahead, Keith. We did meet with their account manager, their local staffing coordinator, their recruiting team, their operations team, and their 24/7 on-call team to discuss the following: what day-to-day communication protocol is going to look like moving forward, staffing coordination and service delivery, issue resolution and escalation management, performance monitoring and reporting, designation of backup contacts, confirm staffing scope, schedules, and service expectations, and establishing escalation protocols and response timelines. Go ahead, Keith. We aligned on reporting formats and meeting cadence, meeting outcomes documented and shared, weekly meetings scheduled, developed, and we also utilized our self-contained list of students and shared many of those cases with Delta T. Our paraprofessional providers comparison, as you will see, Delta T, and you'll see ESS, which is our current provider. So the numbers on top are the bids. Those are the bids the companies put in or are part of the co-op. They are not what paraprofessionals or people are paid. Those are the bids. So as a company, I'm putting in a $37 bid. Out of that bid, I may take 25% for the company itself. And then the rest goes to paying hourly wages. So the 37 and the 28 were the bid numbers or the co-op numbers. If you go underneath that, you will currently see ESS at employee terms. Current rate is $23.84 to $25.05 as negotiated. Part-time status, they get 10 paid comp days. The district pays for those substitutes. Currently, we have around 190 to 200 paraprofessionals through ESS. We pay for the substitutes for those 10 comp days for every one of the paraprofessionals, which obviously comes to quite a fate. District responsibilities, work assignments and schedules, orientation on procedures and student needs, verification of hours worked, performance concern notification, and supervisor of programming and services. That's what the companies do in regards to the paraprofessionals. That's what ESS does. That's what Delta T does as well. That is in their contracts. For Delta T, they put in a bid of $28.56. And again, this is through the Mercer County Special Services Cooperative. Their rate is $18 to $22 per hour as negotiated. Again, part-time status. District responsibilities for the company stay exactly the same. Go ahead, Keith. That's it? Thanks, sir. So currently we have rebid through our RFP process our security. We will be having a new company transition in 26, 27. We rebid our custodial services. We will have a new company coming in 26, 27, July 1st. And we also rebid our paraprofessional services. We will continue that rebidding process throughout the year for other different services. For those of you who don't know, I would say around 10 or 11 years ago, the district privatized all of their services. They privatized transportation, privatized food services, privatized paraprofessionals, privatized lunch monitors, privatized security, and privatized custodial about 10 to 12 years ago. There's where we currently sit. Every meeting, and I'm asking everybody in this room to tell 10 neighbors about where we are and the fact that we need advocacy at the state level and at the local level in order to change the state funding formula. That is where we are. Those names are on our website. We will send them out at the start of the year. They will be in a memo, so everybody will have them. We have work to do moving forward. We will be as transparent as humanly possible with that work. But we have difficult decisions and challenges in front of us. I am hoping we can approach those collaboratively through advisory committees, through our town halls that we've been having. But this is the work that's ahead of us. And we will continue ringing this bell on our own at the state level until this funding formula is changed. And we cannot tell you what's going to happen at the federal level at this point, because we do not know. Right now, we are advocating, or have been advocating, to keep IDEA in the US DOE department, but the US DOE department no longer exists. So we will continue to fight that battle on our end as well, because we have some worries about what that funding is going to look like in 26 and 27. We will continue to communicate as much as we can. I promise you that as we move forward. I also want to touch on a point, because we also have received a lot of emails about staffing and principal and vice principal transfers. As I noted previously, we made a lot of transfers with our staff last year to fill vacancies that normally the district would have just posted for at a rate at about $5.5 million. So we saved about $5.5 million by moving really qualified staff, either transferred them within their building or out of their building to fill necessary vacancies. This year we followed with that process as well, in addition to our building leadership. And as I mentioned previously, we are working on making decisions through data. We are going to show that data on our website on a regular basis so everybody shares that same data. So for our principals and VP moves, I do want to point out, because I've been getting that question, Somaya Aska has no involvement or decision-making in those moves. They were made aware of those moves after the board was made aware as a courtesy. They had no involvement in decision-making, nor should they, nor do they want to. So I want to make that clear, because I've been receiving a lot of emails around that. That was a senior leadership decision, central office decision, board decision. So we looked at about 3 to 5 years worth of data. We looked at climate and culture surveys. We looked at student achievement. We looked at discipline records. We looked at attendance. We looked at special education certifications and backgrounds of our leaders. We looked at pedagogical strengths. We looked at their weaknesses. We looked at managing strengths. We looked at their managing weaknesses. We looked at 504 and multi-tiered support systems numbers when we made these transfers. We believe they will be the best for our schools and our students moving forward. As we move forward, you will see this board, as noted previously, focus on 3 buckets. That is student achievement, that is the wellness of our students and staff, and also the infrastructure of our buildings. Those are our 3 buckets moving forward. And you'll hear a lot of discussions on those 3 things. We believe these moves and also our staff moves will help as we move in those directions. Those are really the 2 biggest emails that I've been receiving over the last couple of weeks. Anything am I missing? No. So those are the two hot topics, and if you've been to a board meeting, you know we try to address our hot topics as much as possible. Those have been the two biggest. So you're going to see a lot of memos, a lot of emails, and I'm sorry if it just overburdens your inbox, but we prefer to over-communicate than under-communicate, especially when it comes to times like we're in right now. So we will continue that communication moving forward. We will ask for your collaboration as we try to get through this fiscal year and try to go into 27, 28, and 28 and 29. We are looking 2 years out at this point. We are working with the county, we are working with the county superintendent and also the county business administrator as we do this work. So your partnership will be asked for as we move forward. We need to collaborate as a community to get through these challenges moving forward over the next couple of years. We will keep you informed moving forward, I promise you that.
All right, thank you. There's a couple other updates on the agenda, but I'd like to go out of order and bring hearings of individuals and delegations. Do I have a motion? Or Higgins, second. Board Member Callahan, all in favor, show of hands. Unanimous, all right, thank you. We're back in our individuals and delegations. Thank you for coming in person and joining us online. We value your public comment. We can't engage in a dialogue with you, but we take your comments very seriously. Our comment period is limited to 1 hour, although we are often a little squishy on that, and each speaker will have 2 minutes. Our first speaker will be Mindy Greenspan.
Good evening. My name is Mindy Greenspan. I'm a longtime resident of Maplewood and the parent of a 2006 Columbia High School graduate. I morally object to the ongoing genocide in Palestine by Israel with my tax dollars and in my name as a Jew. I am here representing a local group of several hundred parents and residents in Soma who are committed to the end of the genocide in Gaza and to unbiased education about Israel and Palestine in our schools and towns. I'm here to raise concerns about the free trips to Israel for teachers and administrators in our district funded by the Jewish Federation. A group of parents met with Mr. Bing asking him to ban these free trips. Mr. Bing admitted that he had shared the Jewish Federation's invitation without scrutiny to the purpose of the trips or the organization sponsoring them. This is astonishing. The Jewish Federation's invitation materials are clear in their intent. They explicitly center the political experience of Israelis in the aftermath of October 7th. The superintendent of Livingston went on one of these free trips in 2024, and coverage of that trip makes it clear that those trips delegitimize Palestinian suffering and whitewash current and historical events. There is no exposure to the lived experience of Palestinian civilians, the over 70,000 killed since October 7th, the more than 1,000 killed since the supposed ceasefire, the generations displaced since 1948, and the families watching illegal settlements encroach on what remains of their land in the West Bank. Moreover, the organization sponsoring these free trips deserves scrutiny. I can wrap up in 30 seconds. Please afford me that. The Jewish Federation has emphatically supported Israel throughout the genocide, has spent millions of dollars funding the expansion of illegal, racist, and violent settlements on stolen Palestinian land, and has lobbied for book bans in the state of New Jersey. While arguing in front of this body last month that the trips weren't political propaganda tours, a representative of the Jewish Federation stated that educators would be taken to the Holocaust Museum in Israel to learn the true meaning of a genocide.
Thank you, Ms. Greenspan.
We know the entire Soma community would agree that kind of organization cannot be considered a credible educational resource. Free trips to Israel funded by them should be banned immediately.
Thank you, Ms. Greenspan. Now, folks, I'm going to note there are numerous folks who have signed up on a couple different issues, and I encourage you, if your points have been made, you should feel free to allow other folks to go through given the hour. However, everyone who wants to speak will be allowed to. Our next public speaks is Carrie Gordon.
Hi, my name is Carrie. I'm a resident of Maplewood, a former Tuscan PTA president, and I've raised 2 children here. My husband's family is Palestinian, and I morally object to the ongoing genocide in Gaza perpetrated by Israel. I'm here to share the rest of the story with our meetings with Mr. Bing that Mindy began. In our meetings, Mr. Bing dismissed the characterization of Gaza as a genocide as merely our opinion, despite the fact every major human rights organization has declared this a genocide, as well as numerous Israeli human rights organizations, historians, and scholars. These organizations have also characterized Israel as an apartheid state. Would this district have shared free trips to apartheid South Africa or to the Jim Crow South? It is a failure of moral leadership from a superintendent entrusted with educating our children to not adequately be educated on this topic. This harms our community members. SOMA Justice Leader Khadijah Costley-White, a dedicated parent, advocate, and university professor, was targeted by name and publicly smeared as anti-Semitic during BOE public comment because she continues to speak up about Palestinian suffering. Her PTA even ousted her, citing an arbitrary policy infraction. This is a pattern that those in our community who criticize Israel face, falsely being labeled as anti-Semitic as a tool to silence them. It is also notable that the target of this criticism was a woman of color, too often the first to be attacked when speaking out against injustice. We ask for an immediate prohibition on accepting free trips to organized by the Jewish Federation or comparable organizations. 2, the district to enforce its own policies governing gifts and travel at all times. 3, a public apology by Mr. Bing, acknowledging this lapse in ethical leadership. 4, a commitment that district resources will not be used to promote or normalize the actions of any state engaged in genocide. 5, mandatory training on the history of Palestine, the genocide in Gaza, and anti-Palestinian racism, Islamophobia, and discrimination in our schools that center Palestinian voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. Next, we have Stacy Lawrence.
My name is Stacy Lawrence. I am a longtime resident of South Orange, and I also taught English at Columbia High School for 25 years. I am a Jewish woman, and I'm also a Jewish educator. And I am absolutely floored and disgusted that you would consider, that this district would consider sending our teachers and our administrators to a country who is currently committing a genocide. The following is a response to the Jewish Federation Educators Study Tour invitation to the South Orange Maplewood School District. The letter was written by the Superintendent of Springfield Public Schools, Rachel Goldberg, representing the Jewish Federation of Greater Metro West. In addition to being a Jewish educator for many synagogues in the area, I also worked for Jewish Federation for many, many years. So I know from the inside exactly what they are about. This letter misrepresents the scale of death. It states the war led to thousands killed, both in Israel and in Gaza. The October 7th attack killed approximately 1,195 Israelis, a tragedy that we do not minimize. But as of mid-2025, over 67,000 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza, according to the Gaza Ministry, with public health experts noting that this is a significant undercount. More than 17,000 children, 17,000 children have been killed in Gaza. Language that equates these losses without context fails educators' professional responsibility to accuracy.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence.
I'm continuing. I taught 25 years in this district. I'm finishing this letter. Yes, I am. Thank you. This tour does not offer balanced perspective. Yes, I am. The Jewish Federation is a partisan advocacy organization. A tour is fully funded and controlled, where participants will not visit he occupied West Bank.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. We have to move on.
In January.
Ms. Lawrence, we're at 4.5 minutes now.
Let me get them, please. I gotta jump in about Rachel. Yeah. So I do want to make one quick comment in regards to a name that you kept mentioning, who's not only an esteemed colleague, but also a community member of ours. So Dr. Rachel Goldberg is well respected, not only in the education field, but also in our community. Thank you.
Ms. Lawrence, we need to continue with our public speaks. You. All right. I'm gonna ask for a 5-minute recess. Do I have? No. Yep. All right. Yes, I have. All in favor? Okay. 5-minute recess. Thank you. To speak tonight. We do care. We want to hear what you have to say. We must operate within our bylaws, or we would be forced to continue this meeting on another date, which no one wants to do. The next public speaks will be Khadijah Costley-White.
Depress it. Just a few quick things. I stand in solidarity with the folks who are here to support Paris. Give them all the money, keep it off the field from turning it plastic. I also want to stand in solidarity with all the folks who are concerned about the administrators getting moved around. I do think there needs to be more transparency about that. I came today because, two more things. Ms. Brown, you express concern about low-income folks. You invoke the public pre-K program. I have yet to see the BOE prioritize people who are low-income for the public pre-K program. So I hope they don't just get invoked when people want something. I hope they get invoked when it comes to real policies that actually put them as a priority. And the last thing, Mr. Bennett, I found your comment, your offhanded comment about AI for Mr. Gilbert's presentation insulting and demeaning. I think you owe him an apology, and I'll just leave that there. So I was a kid in this district. I first learned about the Holocaust in this district. I was told the reason that I had to learn about the Holocaust because a kid did stand up, it was on the NBC News, and asked, why do we have to learn about this? And I was told it was because we had to learn how to never let this happen again, not for anyone. The first concentration camps from Germany were in Africa, and everyone made it very clear to me that this should not happen. So that is the education I brought when I said, why is our school district supporting and approving a trip to a place that is committing a genocide, not just by me, but according to Save the Children, Doctors Without Borders, Genocide Watch, Human Rights Watch, United Nations, all sorts of groups, right? I asked, why is that happening here? And after that, my reputation has been attacked. I've been kept off of the PTA. I've been called anti-Semitic. I've been called anti-Israel. And that's after over 20 years of working on race and power in my professional career. I want to close. Please give me a few seconds because I was invoked by name in that meeting last month. So I'll close with this. The BOE cannot fix the Middle East, but you can choose not to do favors for organizations that leverage soft power for a country committing genocide. It is literally the least you can do. If you want to support learning about Jewish history and culture, there are world-class museums within driving distance. You do not need to send staff a mile from where children are being buried alive, or a country where people pay to watch that suffering through a telescope for entertainment. That is where you're educating people. So your leadership matters, and I hope you make better choices.
Thank you, Dr. White. Next, we have Layla Saad. Layla Saad.
Can you hear me? Hi, my name is Layla. I live in Maplewood and I'm Palestinian. I'm the proud mother of 3 Palestinian daughters in the district. We've made friends of all backgrounds in our 15 years here. When we share our story of being Palestinian, we're always felt warmly received. But my daughters have not felt that same sense of belonging in our schools, especially in the past 3 years. Our spirits and souls have been crushed watching a genocide in Gaza. I was in Gaza 20 years ago and witnessed destruction, pain, and poverty because of Israeli bombings, curfews, constriction, and that was long before the genocide. While my daughters and I tried to process the news together, in school, the topic was ignored by educators, or worse, shut down. One of my daughters raised Gaza in her APUSH class. A dispute ensued. Not only was the teacher completely unprepared to lead a constructive conversation, he turned to my daughter and accused her in front of the entire class of being a terrorist. We never felt more alienated. And nothing has changed, not when I worked with a group of parents to engage administrators on a fuller, Palestinian-centered experience and history in the schools, and not when we shared these stories and others. And now we hear that district educators are being invited on free trips to Israel to get a quote-unquote firsthand look at what happened at October 7th. Imagine the insult my family felt at learning that Mr. Bing shared these invitations without any scrutiny, sponsored by the Jewish Federation, a pro-Israel organization that denies the genocide, funds illegal settlements in the West Bank, and has advocated for book bans right here in New Jersey. My father was born in Haifa, in what is now Israel, what was then Palestine. In 1948, he was ousted from his home, along with 700,000 other Palestinian refugees. My daughters and I feel too often like outsiders, a kind of refugees here in Soma. It's time for the district to do what it says it will do, not endorse propaganda trips, but teach the truth.
Thank you, Ms. Saad. Next, we have Electra Costaputu.
Hello, thank you. You said we shouldn't be repetitive, but clearly this needs to be emphasized one more time. So I'm here today as a South Orange resident, a mother of two, and a professor of history who specializes in Middle East studies and genocide studies. And I came here today, I left my children behind and waited for you to finish your meeting because I am deeply concerned about what has transpired as of recently in our district. Let's not make a mistake. What was presented as a simple, innocent presentation was a sinister attempt to normalize a genocide. Among international experts in relevant fields, everywhere in the world, including in these United States of America, according to the American Association of Genocide Scholars, there is absolutely no doubt that what has been unfolding in Gaza is not only a genocide, but a genocide that is going to enter history books as an unprecedented crime that was live streamed in real time, funded with our tax dollars. And as we're listening in solidarity about teachers getting fired, about our budget evaporating, about our district, our very affluent, as you said, district, suffering, at the same time, we have to make excuses for trips to a genocidal regime that is characterized like that by every expert in the world. I'm asking you, what would it mean if an American Board of Education sponsored a trip to the beautiful city of Berlin, lots of history there, in 1943? It is the exact same question. It applies to you today. How can you look at your neighbors whose families are getting slaughtered, your Jewish neighbors who protest, many of them protest this forced association of their religion with the crime of genocide? Those of us who specialize in genocide studies, who study these types of things, very often return to that moment when everybody has to face the gravity of their silence, of their complicity. And it's crushing. How are we going to face our children? Talk about the arts, talk about developing this district. How? Thank you.
Next, we have David Litwin.
Good evening. My name is David Letwin. I've been a South Orange resident for 10 years. I've been teaching at Rutgers University for 23 years. I'm a member of the Soma Collective for Palestine and a co-founder of Jews for Palestinian Right of Return. I'm here tonight to join with others in demanding that South Orange Maplewood school administrators stop sharing invitations for Jewish Federation-funded trips to apartheid Israel with school staff. Our public education institutions should not be complicit in, much less be encouraging, a campaign to whitewash the crimes of a genocidal state. Under the guise of providing, quote, a better understanding of the situation in Israel, that is exactly what these trips, sponsored by an explicitly pro-Israel organization, are intended to do. Moreover, these trips are not taking place in a vacuum. The genocide in Gaza has generated unprecedented outrage at the Israeli state, including among growing numbers of Jews in this country. The pro-Israel establishment has responded with a full-court press to falsely portray Israel as a victim to hide what it truly is, a perpetrator of settler colonial violence and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians going back to its founding in 1948. These trips are part of that PR strategy. At the same time, and across the country, Zionist organizations and individuals in alignment with the Trump administration are desperately smearing anyone who speaks out against Israel's serial injustices and demonizing any form of advocacy for Palestine as anti-Jewish. It is shameful enough that our community leadership has yet to condemn the US-backed Israeli genocide. Publicizing propaganda trips masquerading as so-called study tours for educators further implicates our school district in apartheid Israel's ongoing crimes against humanity. Disassociate our district from these egregious trips immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Letwin. Next, we have Edward Kowalski.
Hi, my name's Edward Kowalski. I live in Maplewood. I have 3 children in this school district. I have entrusted you guys with the education of my children, and how we educate our educators will have a profound effect on the kind of adults our children become. And if this board thought it was appropriate to send our SOMER educators on a trip that taught them about Germany in the 1940s, and this hypothetical trip failed to address the genocide of the Jews that took place during that time, I would be horrified and enraged, and I think you would be too. If this board said it was okay that our teachers learned about American history, but the fact that we enslaved black people and denied women the right to vote and interned Japanese Americans was omitted from that education, I would question whether these are the people I want teaching my children. History, just like the history of World War II and the history of this country, it is happening right now. It is not a matter of opinion that tens of thousands of Palestinians have been killed by the Israeli government. It is not just one side of a story that Gazans who want to live a normal life, children that want cool backpacks and to eat too much sugar, are being killed and wounded incessantly. The Israeli government is bombing these children's hospitals and orphaning these children as we sit comfortably in this room tonight. It is not up for debate that Palestinians living in the West Bank are being forcibly taken from their homes, that they are denied access to the rainwater that falls on their heads, and that the Israeli government denies them freedom of movement. The Israeli government is responsible for this violence. I am here to say that it is shameful that our educators are being taken on a trip to Israel at this moment in history, and these atrocities will not be addressed. Being a proud Jew myself, I am firm in my conviction that the Jewish Federation is not an organization I want educating my children's educators. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you. Next, we have Lauren Wargaft.
Yeah, okay. Hi, my name is Lauren Wargaft. I live in Maplewood. I have a rising third grader, Lily, who has a 504 but has been in an inclusion class for 2 years and has greatly benefited from just the warm, caring environment that the paras are able to provide. And I'm going to read some anonymous notes from teachers in the district. Paras are the backbone of the classroom. As a classroom teacher who teaches young children, I would not be able to do what I do without the support of paras. The paras make a huge difference in not only the lives of my students with special needs, they also have an impact on the Gen Ed students. They help in all aspects of the day. On a daily basis, they help run small math and ELA groups, change diapers, clean tables, run the classroom when there is a substitute for the teacher, cover lunch and recess duties, emotional support such as holding hands and kissing boo-boos. This only covers a small portion of what they do in a day for the lives of our youngest children. They are also a huge reason why many of the children who need extra support in a Gen Ed classroom can be successful. I've seen that myself. They help regulate and get the children ready for learning. It is difficult to put into words all the things that a para does during the day to make the classroom run as cohesive and safe. And then one more, losing our core paraprofessionals would significantly set the program back, potentially by years. Each time new staff are brought in, they require training, which reduces instructional time in the classroom. In many cases, however, new paraprofessionals are not fully trained due to short-term intent or high turnover. This impacts students by requiring them to learn a new adult, which impacts behavior and takes time and attention away from learning. Maintaining consistent, permanent paraprofessionals in self-contained classrooms is essential to ensure program continuity and smooth day-to-day operations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Marie-Paul Florestal.
Good evening, board members. My name is Marie-Paul Florestal, and I am a representative of IUOE Local 68, not 38, represents the paraprofessionals working in the South Orange Maplewood School District. I respectfully urge the board to reconsider the decision that would reduce paraprofessional wages This is not simply a labor issue. It is an educational issue that directly impacts the quality of support of our students receive every day. Paraprofessionals play a vital role in our school, particularly in supporting students with special needs. These positions require patience, skills, trainings, and dedication. Skilled professionals cannot reasonably be expected to remain in these demanding roles for $16. Do you hear me? $16 per hour. Lowering wages will make it difficult to attract and retain experienced paraprofessionals. This will result in the loss of valuable institutional knowledge and trusted relationships that are essential to students' success. While wage reductions may appear to generate short-term savings, long-term consequences will affect far more costly. It will result in high turnover, staff shortages, recruitment difficulty, and disruption in student support services, which will ultimately diminish the quality of education provided to some of the district's most vulnerable students. This decision extends beyond the employees affected. It impacts students, families, educators, and the broader community. Our students deserve experienced, well-trained paraprofessionals who are committed to helping them succeed. Those professionals deserve fair compensation that reflects the importance and value of their work.
Thank you, Ms. Florstone.
Investing in paraprofessionals is an investment in student achievement. Educational equity and long-term success of this district. I urge the board to stand with the students and family of the South Orange Maplewood by ensuring that paraprofessionals are compensated fairly and treated with respect they have earned through their service and dedication. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Next, we have Molly Goldman.
Hello, my name is Molly Goldman. I live in Maplewood. I'm speaking to you as the parent of a rising third grader with multiple disabilities who spends her school days in an inclusion classroom at Clinton. When she entered kindergarten, her teachers quickly identified that she required a one-to-one para in order to access the curriculum and succeed in the class. When she started working with her para, who was excellent, she transformed from a child who was lost and overwhelmed to one who was secure and able to engage in the class. The following year, that para was gone. Not because any mandate from my daughter's IEP changed, her support needs didn't change. Our district, as you're well aware, already has a para staffing shortage, and they could not retain her. This shortage and this inability to retain paras has led to horror stories such as elopement, paras inappropriately grabbing kids, and more that I'm aware of, but I won't go into detail because I don't want to share the personal stories from other families. Instead of addressing these issues that we're already experiencing, in addition to having wonderful paras in our district, you've chosen to bid for a cheaper contract with no plan to retain any of our current paras. You say that we love to litigate, but please hear me when I say that all we want are adequately skilled support staff for our kids. You say that our district doesn't want to have hard conversations, but we were not engaged on this issue. It is not possible to build trust in a superintendent that waves the word transparency around and then tries to shamefully sneak a plan past the most vulnerable families in our district on the last day of school. It is not possible to build trust in leadership that looks at our kids and sees only what their support needs cost. You might not listen to us today. We may not succeed in stopping this horrendous plan that diminishes some of the most essential personnel in our school buildings to just bodies in a room and jeopardizes the safety and learning of our students. But you will not be able to say that you didn't know what the risks were and what harm could be done.
Thank you, Ms. Goldman. Next, we have Scott Ingalls. Scott Ingalls.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Scott Ingalls. I'm a parent of a 5-year-old who just graduated from Montrose. He's going to be a kindergartner in Seth Boyden's ERI program this fall. He has an IEP and a one-to-one para. I'm also on the board of the Special Education Parent Advisory Committee, or CPAC. We have a group of concerned parents here tonight from CPAC and other organizations that put together an open letter that we would like to read to you 2 minutes at a time. We're all on the list. We might be going slightly out of order, but for the continuity. So just please check off everybody as we go. I'll kick it off. On June 11th, the SOMSD Board of Education voted to approve a district leadership recommendation to switch paraprofessional staffing agencies from ESS to Delta T Group. District leadership proposed this change, and the BOE approved it without engaging CPAC, special education families, classroom teachers, or local disability advocates. At a time when the district is making efforts to bring students back in district from costly out-of-district placements, this decision is baffling and alarming. It's no secret that our district spends a significant amount of money on out-of-district tuition for our IEP kids. Some of those out-of-district placements are inevitable due to the significant medical needs of the children involved, but we know from painful personal experience that some of those placements were utterly unnecessary and were the result of our district failing to invest in its own capacity to support neurodivergent learners in district. And I will pass this to the next person.
If you just want to tell me your name, we'll check you off here. Please feel free.
Hello, my name is Alfred DeGrand, and I have a daughter in Marshall Elementary. Experienced paraprofessionals do more than provide technical compliance with the students' IEPs. They know our students. They have experience maintaining safe environments, ensure the programs that provide our children with access to free and appropriate public education run as intended, and thereby prevent costly lawsuits and out-of-district placements. This decision to switch vendors is yet another failure to our district to invest in our own capacity to support neurodivergent learners in district. And it threatens to gut the very programs that are currently keeping dozens of children in district. District leadership appears to have considered only the line items costs of the paraprofessional contract without factoring in the disastrous effect this vendor shift will have, not only in terms of human cost to our students, but in terms of the long-term financial costs to our district. The details of this decision and the upcoming transition to Delta T Group raise serious concerns regarding paraprofessional quality, student safety, and educational continuity, district equity, and fiscal stewardship. Thank you. I'm going to pass it off.
Okay.
My name is Jacqueline Slappy, and I'm a paraprofessional for the South Lawn-Maplewood District. This decision appears to have been made with no understanding by anyone, not district leader and not the BOE, about how much professionals working for Delta T Group would be compensated. That alone tells parents that leadership and this board do not understand how central compensation is to quality. Information provided to ESS professionals indicate that switching to Delta T results in significantly lower pay at $16 an hour, 5-6 days instead of 10, and the elimination of diaper change compensation, which is $6.50 per change. As of earlier this week, there were job postings for our district on Delta T website at a rate of $18 an hour. It was certainly a relief that Mr. Bing quoted a higher figure of $20 to $22 an hour in emails to parents this week. And Mrs. Gusamira confirmed that the range in an email to ESEPAC this afternoon. She stated that upon hearing Local 68's claims about compensation rates in the June 17th letter issued to Paris district-wide, we were as alarmed by this number as you were. So I began discussion with the district's Delta T representative and their executive team to ensure our parents receive compensation commiserate with their experience and role in our support of students. Later this afternoon, she informed us, unfortunately, I have been informed that the contract being approved tonight with Delta T is unable to state the range of compensation will be between $20 and $22 because of the co-op agreement that governs this relationship states that the range is $18 to $22.
Hi, I'm Lindley Schaefer. I'm a resident of Maplewood, and I have a daughter who receives support from a paraprofessional. To continue, this raises many questions for us. Were minimum rates commensurate with our most skilled paras expertise fought before our community mobilized, or was Ms. Jasamaria's engagement with Delta T this past week the first time this critical discussion about compensation rates and seniority transpired in the district's negotiations? Were sick time and diaper change fees addressed? And were the adverse impacts of additional reductions apart from hourly compensation, diaper changes and sick days deliberated as the significant concessions they are? Did our administrators and BOE conduct due diligence and information gathering about Delta T's past bad faith actions in our district? As of today, Delta T's website lists no open paraprofessional positions in New Jersey paying more than $18 to $20 an hour. Even at this higher range, our district leaders claim Delta T will abide to, but won't put into writing. It remains a significant pay cut from the current 22 to 26 plus. With fewer sick days, no diaper change compensation, and no health benefits, protections previously secured through collective bargaining. Our community, and in particular our special education families and their educators, should not have to crowdsource the terms of a contract to determine the quality of care for our children will receive next year. This is a governance failure, and it belongs to both the district leadership and this board. Despite everything, we do not know about how we got to this point. What we do know is that these kinds of drastic compensation and benefit reductions will make it impossible for many of our most experienced paraprofessionals to afford to remain with our district, leading to a loss of critical expertise and disruption of vital student relationships. The long-term financial and educational costs of losing this vital and experienced workforce far outweigh any short-term contract savings.
Hello, my name is Eva Wölsticker, and I'm a para for Tuscan Elementary School. What I'm going to discuss is imminent classroom disruption and vendor quality. The district now faces foreseeable disruption that could have been prevented with more proactive communication and engagement. Rather than hear of this change from the district, paraprofessionals learned of the change the day before the last day of school from their union. Not from you, Local 68. Local 68 has informed paraprofessionals that their contracts will terminate after the extended school year. As a result, the union has understandably advised workers to use their remaining sick time immediately. Consequently, we now face immediate staffing shortages and disruption in special education classrooms starting this July. ESY serves some of the district's most vulnerable students and is designed to prevent regression in skills during summer break. A lack of consistency during that program will disrupt the connection and continuity our ESY kids rely on to thrive. Moreover, Delta T Group is a vendor the district previously utilized and ultimately left due to poor performance, returning to them under terms that severely devalue our frontline staff, risks the safety and education of our students. It is unclear at this stage whether district leadership was even aware of the district's termination of the previous Delta T Group contract, and if so, what, if any, accountability provisions were adopted in the current contract to prevent a reoccurrence of the issues that led to the previous termination? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Bogue. I'm a Maplewood resident. I have 2 students who go to Tuscan Elementary School, and you just heard my son's wonderful para speak. She's been with him for 2 years now. Reading on, last week, Mr. Bing attempted to reassure a number of special education families, stating that the district will ensure no legal gap in service occurs. That statement did nothing to reassure us. The concern from parents is not that the district will fail to provide the same number of paraprofessionals required by our children's IEPs. Our concern is that we know from painful experience how our children's needs shift profoundly based on whether the professionals around them have adequate training to provide them with meaningful support and connection. If the district staffs inexperienced paraprofessionals to cut costs in the short term, it will see the needs displayed by our children increase in the long term. In conversations with board members and district leadership over the past week, it has become clear to us that those making decisions for our children do not have a deep understanding and respect for the connection between compensation and quality on the one hand, and the district's out-of-district and other liabilities on the other. Thus, regardless of how substantial the reduction in compensation, we want to take some time to paint a picture for you about what has happened previously when financial decisions have impacted paraprofessional quality and what is likely to happen if a compensation reduction results in attrition among our most experienced paras. Due to the compensation reductions, this vendor switch will inevitably lead to the loss of the highly trained paraprofessionals that make many of our self-contained classrooms run, because they are already underpaid for what they do and cannot afford a loss of $4+ an hour, and a significant reduction in benefits to stay with our district. The district has multiple self-contained classrooms where experienced professional education teachers partner with highly trained paraprofessionals to create some of our district's most to cater to some of our district's most vulnerable students, including those with autism, with language disabilities, and with emotional regulation challenges. Many of those students would be forced out of district if those self-contained classrooms were not available, or if the efficacy of those programs were gutted by the loss of critical staff.
Danielle Thorne, South Orange, 2 kids in District 1 and self-contained. 2 such classrooms cater to 20+ children with emotional regulation challenges. Many of these kids struggled with being able to even attend school before placement in the ERI program. Many of these children also struggled with behaviors ranging from elopement and verbal aggression to self-harm and physical aggression. The assigned teachers and highly trained paras in those rooms are foundational to the success of the program that on days there are subs, certain of those behaviors return within a matter of hours. For these kids, losing our current highly trained paras runs the risk of severing the connection that is critical to their ability to access school. For that reason, losing the seasoned paras in these programs is likely to lead to an increase in physical aggression and self-harm among this group of students. Currently, the specialized educators and highly trained paras in the ERI program are almost always able to de-escalate any physical behaviors verbally. Verbal de-escalation reduces the liability risk to the district on several fronts. It means a reduced risk of injury to the dysregulated child, their classmates, the teachers, and the paras themselves, thereby avoiding potential liability for injuries. It also means a reduced risk of a dysregulated child being inappropriately restrained, as has happened in this district before, and in neighboring districts, thereby avoiding significant mental health harms and, again, potential liability to the district. Switching to a vendor that sets its salary at a rate that only inexperienced paras would tolerate presents a serious and unique risk of foreseeable harm for this group of students. This shift also runs the enormous, utterly unthinkable risk of leading to burnout among the incredible educators who lead our self-contained programs. The educators in the emotional regulation and language impairment self-contained classrooms have invested enormous time and energy in training a core group of paras who support their program year to year, providing critical continuity and ensuring program efficacy. Depriving these educators of the paras Depriving these educators of the para teams that make their programs run places enormous burdens on these dedicated teachers and presents a real risk of burnout and attrition. To lose these educators would be a disaster for the students who rely on them every year to keep them in district and a financial catastrophe for this district. Every experienced educator running a self-contained classroom saves the district the cost of approximately 8 to 12 out-of-district tuitions annually. This is especially true of the ERI program, which is where numerous students have been placed in just the last several years when their families were on the verge of suing this district, seeking out-of-district placements.
Hi, I'm Rachel Hennis. I have 2 children, one out of district who has had a one-on-one para every year and without whom we would not be in school, and a 7th grader, going into 7th grader at Psalms. This shift in vendors also runs the risk of increasing the number of legal challenges this district faces from parents seeking to get their child placed out of district. If the use of less experienced paraprofessionals leads to a regression in students' behavior or learning, that will require reevaluations to determine whether their current IEPs are continuing to meet their needs and provide them with the free and appropriate public education to which they are entitled. If their current program is undermined by inexperienced, underpaid paraprofessionals, the efficacy of those programs will begin to fail. Should that harm materialize, special education families who are currently being served in district will not hesitate to bring legal challenges to secure safe placements for their children, resulting in an increased number of parents suing the district for out-of-district placements, not because they like to sue, but because we need our children safe and in an environment where their needs are met and understood. That is our right, and that is our children's right. Even if many of those legal challenges don't ultimately result in costly out-of-district placements, the legal cost to the district alone of fending off those challenges will add to an already disproportionately large legal spend. Moreover, at a time when the district is trying to convince more families to bring their children back in district from costly out-of-district placements, it is making decisions that profoundly undermine its capacity to do so successfully. Many of our out-of-district students already have trauma histories. From past experiences in our district. And out-of-district families are therefore uniquely attuned to the dissonance between our district's stated goals and its actions. The decision to shift vendors without engaging special education families and the educators who serve them has done profound damage to the community's trust. It really has, and threatens to undermine further efforts to bring children back in district.
Hello, my name is Meg Davis. I am a parent of 2 children at elementary at South Mountain Elementary School, and I have seen firsthand the impact of a good para and a horrible one. The severe equity impact. This decision does not land equally. A disproportionate number of the children receiving paraprofessional support in our district are Black and brown, meaning our most historically marginalized students will bear the brunt of the classroom disruptions, physical dangers, and emotional harms. Furthermore, this policy directly strips away the livelihoods of the paraprofessionals themselves, who are predominantly Black and brown women. These are next steps. This decision was a mistake. We are calling upon district leaders to commit the following steps to make it right. 1, dignified contracts for specialized work, compensation and conditions that attract and retain experienced, skilled paraprofessionals, not short-sighted cost-saving measures that destabilize our classrooms, harm our students, and increase the district's exposure to litigation and liability for out-of-district placements. This includes a meaningful assessment of whether experienced paraprofessionals, particularly those supporting students in and transitioning out of self-contained classrooms, can be retained through in-house hiring or contract carve-outs, and full accounting of the Delta T's contract provisions for minimum standards, experience requirements, and the district oversight and accountability. If the board has not already signed the contract in executive session, we urge you to exercise oversight before finalizing the contract and insist on provisions that will allow us to retain our most essential paraprofessionals. Number 2, transparent, meaningful, and respectful engagement of directly impacted stakeholders. We have watched Superintendent Bing hold town halls around numerous budgetary changes. This change was made with no public engagement and with special education families, with CPAC, or with the educators serving our children is deplorable. Special education, families, CPAC, and our broader community deserve the same level of communication, collaboration, and transparency Superintendent Bing demonstrates in his work with other community stakeholders. Courtesy busing families, arts advocates, athletic advocates, and others, the consistent exclusion of our community from that standard of engagement is a pattern, not an oversight, and must end now.
I'm Jessica Mingus. I am a resident of Maplewood with a son in the language learning disabilities classroom who has had the benefit of the same phenomenal para for 3.5 years. And I'm the founder of the SOMA Peer Support and Action Network for IEP and 504 families. Number 3, direct engagement with impacted educators immediately. The district must meaningfully engage self-contained classroom teachers and other directly impacted educators to identify harm reduction strategies before any staffing transitions occur, and, if possible, before the contract is signed. These educators have been excluded from this decision entirely. Their expertise is not optional. It is essential to ensure skillful decisions are made and harm is mitigated. These educators would be able to help the district responsibly assess which paraprofessionals we cannot afford to lose, and to finalize contract language that, to the maximum extent possible, is designed to retain them. Number 4, formation of a special services working group with a real commitment to proactive communication, collaboration, and mutual respect. CPAC and the broader community could and should have been brought in as partners at the beginning stage of this decision, sparing parents, paraprofessionals, and district leadership alike the panic and damage of the past week. It didn't have to be like this. It shouldn't be like this moving forward. Superintendent Bing initiated and then abandoned this working group in 2025. We are calling for its formation now, not as a performative gesture, but as a functioning body with real authority, operating in genuine thought partnership with CPAC, as evidenced by the workings of this organizing team. This working group will strengthen the communication and collaboration Mr. Bing espouses,
catalyze the trust building and repair our community urgently needs, bring the wisdom and professional experience of directly impacted stakeholders to bear on district policy, establish accountability structures, and ensure this pattern of exclusion does not continue.
Hello, I'm Verna Holcomb. I live in South Orange. I am a member of the CPAC board and this big working group. Closer, okay. Sorry, can you hear me now? Number 5, BOE accountability. The Board of Education must exercise active and independent oversight of district leadership at all times. Approving a decision of this magnitude in executive session without public deliberation is an abdication of their responsibility. The board must hold Superintendent Bing accountable for his vastly disparate treatment of special education families, ascertain why this strategy was employed, and demand a clear plan for how this pattern of disregard will be remedied and monitored going forward. The board must also reckon with the fact that CPAC, me among them, met with district leadership the same morning the union letter was sent, but this decision was not raised until an email conversation the following day. That is more than a communication failure. That is a governance failure. All children in our district deserve, first and foremost, access to basic education. Too many of our special education students have been denied that access. As we face this fiscal crisis as a community, undoubtedly some painful cuts will be necessary. But we cannot allow the district to balance the budget by gutting the supports that allow special education students to access the same education as their general education peers. Our special education community is eager to partner with the district and our other families to find solutions that responsibly address the budget crisis while maintaining the critical services that our children rely on to learn. We can be fierce partners in Trenton, but you need to include us here at home for us to do that.
I'm sure you folks are going to, but please make sure that you email a copy of that to the board. Thank you. Next, we have Jessica Kaufman.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Kaufman. I live in Maplewood, and I'm here to talk about my son, Nico, who just finished first grade at Seth Boyden. Nico started kindergarten with a well-documented IEP in a general education inclusion classroom at Delia Bolden. From the first day of school, it was clear the administration wasn't interested in building a safe, nurturing environment for a child who needed exactly that. Within 2 weeks, we were asked to shorten his school day. We moved him into Miss Delafeve's newly formed ERI classroom at Marshall, where for much of the year, he was the only student in the room. We were told that program would stay at Marshall. By year's end, it moved again to Seth Boyden, 3 schools before he'd even started first grade. Through every one of those moves, one thing stayed constant: his paraprofessional, Miss Ellis. Miss Ellis has been with Nico since day 1 of kindergarten, right through to today. Being part of the ERI community taught us that the success of the children in these classrooms rely on strong, consistent paras who are invested in our children's success. In the ERI class in first grade is where it finally clicked. By March, his aggression was nearly extinguished. He moved into full inclusion for both math and ELA. His IXL score jumped from kindergarten level to solid second grade in a single year. With his behavior finally under control, he had 25 friends from school come to his birthday party, something we couldn't have imagined a year ago. His teacher's final note called it an exceptional year. This all happened in large part because Miss Ellis knew his behavior plan, his triggers, how to bring him back from the edge before anyone else saw it coming. Next year, Nico moves fully into general education inclusion, a huge step we all worked so hard for. This transition will only work with consistent one-to-one support in place by someone who knows Nico, not just a body. This is just my story, but this change has real consequences for all students, staff, and classroom stability. It happened without sufficient public input, which goes against the stated values of the district leadership and BOE. We are asking the board to take immediate action to provide dignified contracts and prevent harm from the paraprofessional transition, including public review and stakeholder engagement. For Nico, that's not policy. It's what stands between him and a setback right after he's finally found his footing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. Next, we have Amanda Ninehouse.
Hi, my name is Amanda Ninehouse. I live in South Orange, and my son is in the ERI class at Seth Boyden. I'm here to read a letter on behalf of a student. Hi, my name is Marlo Amu Gottfried. I am 12 years old and a rising 7th grader. I have attended Marshall, Delia Bolden, and South Mountain Elementary schools. I now attend the Center School out of district. I would like to share my reasons why this decision to change the contract for paras will lead to a catastrophe. Number one, public schools are already bad enough. Making this decision would make it even worse. If this were to happen for any kids that have a disability, it will feel like school is a living hell. Making this decision will put the aides on minimum wage. Aides should get paid more and should get proper training. When I didn't have my aide, I forgot that I had my fidgets in my backpack. My whole day was really stressful, so much so that I even bit my own skin on my arm. A year later, the scars are still on my arm. These scars are visible, but what you can't see is us kids' broken hearts. You tell us everything is fine. It's not fine. Making this decision would be the definition of injustice towards both the aides and the students. If this were to happen, worst case scenario, we get sent to one of RFK's wellness farms far away from our parents or maybe a mental hospital. Doing this would be putting kids in jail because nobody cares about them, and this is why I think making this decision is unacceptable. I want to add for myself that since my son joined Seth Boyden, he has made leaps and bounds with his emotional regulation and educational skills and could probably teach me a few things. That would not be possible without the teachers and paras in his classroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Nicole Frateroli.
Hi, I'm Nicole Frateroli. I live in Maplewood. I have a rising 2nd grader and a rising kindergartner. My rising 2nd grader has a shared para, but tonight I'm reading for another parent of a special ed student. My child is one of countless South Orange Maplewood School District kids who owes their entire academic development to the incomparable Mr. Wosio. Did I say that right? Yeah, okay. And his team of talented, dedicated, and irreplaceable paraprofessionals. Mr. Wosio's dedication to his students extends to his work training and leading a team of specialized paraprofessionals. When I asked my child what the paras do, they said, help us with our work, help us calm down, just help with everything. The paras are able to pick up on subtle changes in my child's behavior, use soothing mantras and reminders to recenter them, help with organization, assist with executive functioning challenges, help with motor planning, and just act as safe adults. After school, my kid sometimes says, I was having a rough day, but I turned it around. I figured the affirmation came from Daniel Tiger until one day at pickup, their para said, we had a hard start to the day, but you turned it around, high five. My kid learned the incredible lesson of redemption from a paraprofessional. For anyone who doubts the value of their work, I invite you to visit Mr. Wosio's ERI self-contained classroom. It's magic. If we lose this team and our programs collapse, I'm sure my child and so many other kids will be requesting out-of-district placements. If our kids remain in the district, other children in the building will be less safe without their specialized de-escalation expertise. Lastly, this is just the right thing to do. These professionals deserve to take care of their own families while they take care of ours. Please take action to pay the people caring for our kids just a fraction of what they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Nyrone Ramasser.
Good evening to the members of South Orange Maplewood Board. For many years, I proudly served our school district as a special education teacher, dedicated my career to fostering inclusive, supportive environments where exceptional students can thrive. Over the extended tenure, I have witnessed the landscape of special education shift in numerous ways, but none quite as starkly as the changing systemic treatment of our paraprofessionals. These essential educators are the backbone of our classrooms, yet their institutional recognition has fluctuated dramatically over the decades. A special education classroom is a delicate ecosystem where the true progress relies on the profound bond formed between the educator team and the student. Paraprofessionals do not merely assist, they co-regulate, modify instructions in real time, implement highly specific behavior plans, and provide the indispensable continuity that our students desperately need to feel safe and secure. When a familiar paraprofessional faces high turnover due to lack of institutional support, it fractures the crucial continuity which can stall or disrupt weeks of student progress. A teacher and paraprofessional operate as a singular, cohesive team. We need each other's cues, anticipate students' needs, and share the physical and emotional weight of a demanding educational environment. It is clear to me that we wish to sustain the integrity of our special education programs. We must treat paraprofessionals with the deep professional dignity that they have earned. True dignity cannot be realized through spoken appreciation alone. It must be backed by a fair living wage that reflects the immense value and specialized skills they bring to our school district every day. Moving forward, my support will remain with our paraprofessionals who are indispensable. It is imperative that they are compensated justly so that our students can continue to receive the stable, exceptional care they provide. I'd also like to say that Delta T, there was a para that prior to ESS coming that worked for Delta T that lost her life because she didn't have enough sick days. So this is the kind of company that you're considering bringing in, you know, type of morals that they have.
Thank you. Next, Hugh Cushing.
Hi there. Excuse me. Hugh Cushing. I'm in South Orange, got a rising second grader coming into Delia Bolden. Bit of a topic switch here. Just like to implore you, if you could possibly keep Mr. Angel Rivera on as assistant principal at Delia Bolden in a situation of quite a bit of changes and transitions at Delia Bolden over the last few years, including the decoupling from Marshall. He's been a rock, he's been a constant star, he's been a huge source of institutional knowledge, continuity, and especially warmth that's created a special bond with hundreds of kids, including my daughter. So I'd implore you to see if you could keep him there. The other thing I wanted to address is I understand that there's another position being considered. I'm not sure of the exact title, but it's a kind of a math principal, somebody overseeing the math in the district. Maybe you've spoken about this in previous meetings, but I'd like to ask you to consider whether, given the fiscal cliff and other situations like that, and the high student-teacher ratios, whether the district resources might be better applied to additional teacher staffing rather than a new administrative position. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Lark Lasardo.
Will, did you say Lark?
Yeah, Lark Lasardo.
She's trying to sign on via WebEx. She was here in person, but it ran so long.
Okay, got it. We're going to continue with the in-person. I'm glad to loop back to her here. All right, next we have Michael Lasardo. Same situation? Got it. Next we have Allison Claffin.
Yep, there you go. Allison Clayfin, I have a rising 8th grader in inclusion at MMS. I have a rising 4th grader in the self-contained classroom at Clinton, and a rising 4th grader in the LLD classroom at Marshall. Tonight I'm reading a letter that was given to us by one of our teachers. Good evening. I have spent more than 20 years as a special education teacher. I am sharing tonight because I love this work and because I believe we are failing one of the most important pillars that holds up our students. I'm asking this board to commit to recruiting, retaining, and fairly compensating our paraprofessionals. Paraprofessionals are not assistants in the way that the word might suggest. For our highest need students, children with complex communication disorders, cognitive disabilities, behavioral challenges, autism, a paraprofessional is often the most consistent adult in that child's day. They help implement IEPs, execute behavior interventions, assist with mobility, toileting, and seizure protocols. They de-escalate crisis, they build the trust that makes learning possible, and are in the most essential sense, essential. And yet, we are promising to pay them less than the counter worker at a fast food restaurant. I want to be direct that what that gap costs us. When we cannot attract qualified candidates, we hire warm bodies, and our students pay the price. When we cannot retain trained paraprofessionals, we cycle through new faces, and our students who depend on routine, predictability, trusted relationships, they regress. The IEP goals we write become aspirational fiction by November. The research is clear, and my 2 decades of experience confirm it. Consistency and competence in paraprofessional supports directly correlates with student outcomes. A skilled, well-trained paraprofessional knows a nonverbal student's communication cues, understands the function behind a behavior, and reads escalation before it becomes a crisis. They deserve more. Our district speaks frequently about equity. Equity is not only about what we say, it is about where we put our money. Our highest need students, the children who arrive at our doors with the greatest challenges and the greatest need for skilled support, deserve quality paraprofessionals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Marie Veneser.
Hi, I'm Marie Vaneskar. You heard from David earlier. He's been in Maplewood School District since pre-K. Yes, he's been in the Maplewood School District since pre-K, and he's had, I would say about the South Orange Maplewood District is that they're very great in inclusion, and inclusion really helps him. And having a one-to-one para helps him navigate the general education program, and having a stable para helps him a lot, because I see a difference. In elementary, he had a stable para. In middle school, he was going through paras like probably 10 for the year. So it really disrupts him, and the changes really mess him up. And I get it. I come from a procurement background. We do RFPs, we look at it, but I do clinical trials for procurement. But at the end of the day, for RFPs, we can't have our paras as part of an RFP. That's something that's needed. We can't use them as if they're like supplies. Toilet papers, yes, we can do an RFP for, but this is a very important thing for our kids, for our special education kids. And to look at it, we need to have the broader experience. When I look at an RFP, when I'm dealing with clinical trials, I look at the pricing and I look at the quality. We can't go, if you go for price, you get what you pay for. But that's when the troubles come into play. You have to put into the quality and what's gonna happen to our children. Because at the end of the day, they're the ones that's paying. We can't get back those times. We will never get back those times for them. So it's important that they have professional paraprofessionals working for them. And David could say what a para does for him. Go ahead, David.
What a para does for me is it helps you with your work. It helps you like not cause riots, and that's it.
Yeah. It helps you get organized.
Also, I want to say about Dr. Bennett, once I've talked about this again, Dr. Bennett is one of the greatest admins of all time.
Thank you. And the thing is, he doesn't like, with kids, they don't like changes. So this change is going to affect them drastically, everyone.
And also one more thing, we switch Mr. Castle's role as a
He's not going to.
You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm
Hey,
talking about.
David,
a separate meeting.
David, we just met with Dr. Bennett yesterday, and your name came up that she wanted to keep mentoring you. So you'll be seeing Dr. Bennett, I promise you.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Bing.
Next, we have Lisa Peterson. Lisa Peterson? Oh, okay. Next, we have Jasmine Dowdy. Do we have Jasmine? Nope, okay. Next, we have Edward LaPierre.
First, Edward LaPierre, Maplewood. First, I want to thank the board and all who participate in the process. I have a deep respect for public education as a whole. This system allows me as a parent to speak publicly and be an advocate. However, I have to say one thing first before my original comments. I do not think it was respectful, reasonable, or responsible to have an 85-plus slide deck presented during any single public board meeting and then followed by comments and questions. That's a long time, and that's something for us to, an 85-plus slide deck is something that is just, I've never heard of sitting through a public board meeting during that as a first time. And we do have timeframes that we adhere to, but that timeframe was not adhered to, and it was open about it. Mine will be, of course, though. To be clear, I'm not talking about the presentation, just at the fact that it was presented today in one meeting. So today I'm here for two issues. The first issue is the announcement to remove paraprofessionals. The second issue is the administration shuffle. While I do not agree with every decision made, I agree, or I believe we should have the process that all decisions go through, and I believe in collaboration with stakeholders. I believe in complete transparency. When an issue arises, we know there will be controversy. We need to be directly open and speak about the issue. Speaking vaguely about what could happen, what should happen, what might happen is not clear transparency. Communication needs to be implemented so that every stakeholder is aware of what is on the table. Paraprofessionals provide essential support to our students, especially our most vulnerable population. Replacing these positions with lower cost, less qualified staff to address a budget crisis is a short-term fix with a long-term consequence, and it's my child. Reducing direct support will hurt students and drive families to seek out-of-place placements. This is not a sustainable solution. It is a costly mistake that puts students and a district at risk. I next want to talk about the administration shuffle. This is a common practice in districts. Usually this practice is associated with trying to remove an administration or administrator without going through the proper channels. I wholeheartedly disagree with this process, and especially on a large scale like we're doing here. But the most egregious issue is that the timeline to announce this 2 to 3 days before a final school day, why my son attended action night, a presentation to an administrator who won't even be there and he met and he wants to see. It's not proper planning. It's working haphazardly. I was directly told that this last minute announcement was made to avoid disruption within the schools. However, I say this announcement was made to avoid accountability and a dialogue with families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Anita Willis. Is Anita still here? No? Next, we have Rebecca Silverstein.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Silverstein, and I am a resident of Maplewood. I have a daughter in the district. I'm reading the statement on behalf of a report shared by anonymous community members. Earlier today, Superintendent Bing wrote in an email to a parent concerned about Delta T saying there has been no issue with them in the past. However, in May 2022, CPAC formally raised concerns about Delta T with district leadership, specifically about how the district can hold outsourced providers accountable. In the 23 to 24 school year, Delta T placed teachers in a special education co-teaching role that became, in the words of one family, a revolving door. As recently as the 24-25 school year, a POR teacher staffed by Delta T did not have proper elementary literacy credentials and told multiple parents that she had not read their children's IEPs. A child in the class reported to her parents that the teacher did not know basic safety procedures for a code red drill. These are not isolated complaints. They are a pattern. CPAC has been advocating for in-house paraprofessional hiring since the paraprofessionals were outsourced due to budgeting issues. Every assistant superintendent of special services has agreed it was the right direction to bring them back in-house. CPAC repeatedly requested the cost comparison data that would prove in-house hiring saves money in the long run, accounting for litigation costs, out-of-district placements, and compensatory educational claims. BOE members were asked to pull this data. Senior leadership was asked. The data was never produced. Today, Superintendent Bing told us the in-house numbers haven't worked out without showing anyone the numbers. That is not transparency. That is the same non-answer this community has been getting. We are not returning to a trusted vendor. We are returning to a vendor with documented performance record that this district has chosen not to examine while also refusing to produce the financial analysis that might point toward a better path. Our children cannot afford another revolving door. We are asking the board to pause this transition, seek a full and transparent cost analysis, including downstream litigation and placement costs, and engage families before any further changes take place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Karen Roche. Is Karen here? No. Next, we have Kate Gottfried.
Hi, my name is Kate. I am a resident of South Orange and a mom to a rising 5th grader. And you heard a bit earlier from my son, a rising 7th grader, Marlo. The decision to move to a cheaper third-party contract for paraprofessionals will hurt all of our children, our teachers, and the safety and legal integrity of the district. Most folks would agree that Band-Aids are far more economical than the high costs of an infection or sepsis. In my family's experience, paraprofessionals were utilized in our district to cover up and guard against far greater systemic failures. Please let me be clear, I am in no way criticizing the critical work of our paraprofessionals. High turnover, no training, and poor pay simply shift enormous unpaid work to already burned out teachers, to student peers, and/or leave student support needs completely unmet. That creates real costs that don't show up on a budget line. Increased escalation, more IEP disputes, more litigation, more out-of-district placements, and the lifelong harm to children denied consistent care. I've asked in the past who was responsible for training, oversight, and ensuring services under these contracts. I was told, quote, the classroom teacher. This is not accountability. Where are the service level agreements, cost-benefit analysis, and measurable expectations for quality? Who monitors absenteeism, turnover, and the cumulative effect on students? If this is a zero-sum game, who is actually paying the full cost? Briefly, during the 24-25 school year, my own child had 3 different paras in 3 months. The revolving door was devastating, and after neglect and lack of response from administration led to our own out-of-district placement. We now have my child back and thriving, but he should not have to travel 45 minutes away from home to access his education and find belonging. He deserves to be included in this community. Please move quickly towards stronger accounting and a strategic plan to bring frontline support back in-house. In the interim, require clear service level agreements, backup coverage for one-to-one supports, training and supervision of all paraprofessionals, transparent accountability, clear issue documentation and escalation procedures, and a full cost analysis that includes downstream harms. Cutting frontline supports is a false economy. Our students and our district's fiscal and legal health depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Next, we have Sherry Edwards-Lee. Is Sherry here? No. All right. Next, we have Electra, and All right, we had her twice, good. Next, we have Chanel Udragojo. No? Okay. Next, we have David Burstein.
Good evening. My name is David Burstein. I live in West Orange, and I am the founder of PriceReflect.com. I wanted to start off by thanking the board and the administration for the opportunity to speak, especially since it's such a late hour, and also your diligence with the budget. I wanted to share some data on item 4989E, particularly the nursing provider contracts. I wanted to make sure the district was paying the appropriate rate, and I had a couple of questions. What's hard to see from the agenda alone is how these proposed rates compare with the district's own recent approvals and with other comparable rates. From last September, Soliant Health had a rate with South Orange Maplewood, which was listed at $63 to $68 per hour for LPN services. On tonight's agenda, United Therapy lists an LPN rate of $75 per hour, and Summit Home Care lists nursing services for LPN and RN together at $80 per hour. As an aside, listing RNs and LPNs together is a bit concerning as they are different qualifications. I want to take a quick look about the median rate because the median rate suggests an appropriate rate. Not always, but it gives some background that's helpful. So when LPN rates are priced separately from RN rates in Essex County, the median is about $62 per hour. So the proposed LPN rates appear to be materially higher than both SOMA's own Soliant rate and the county benchmark. With that said, perhaps there is an opportunity to revisit these rates with United and Summit to ensure that the district is paying the appropriate rate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burstein. We're going to move on to our online public speaks. So I'm going to ask, first of all, from the two folks who had signed up in person, do you have Lark Lasardo or Michael Lasardo? Do we have either of those on WebEx right now?
I don't see either one online.
Understood. Next, we move to Erica Malinowski.
That committee member is not online.
All right. We'll move to Lemore Levy. She's leaving. Oh, sure. Okay, good. Next. It's what we all ought to be doing. Next, move on to Rosemary Connell. Do we have Rosemary on WebEx? All right.
Hi, Rosemary, you're unmuted.
Hi, Rosemary, are you there? Rosemary, we can see you on the screen here. Are you there? Okay. Let's see. And we do have, all right, well, Rosemary, if you're able to rejoin, we'll wait a second. We do have one more, Kim Takas. Kim, are you there?
Bless you.
We're trying to find out, she's 3 hours behind right now.
Sure. I think she just popped her. Here we go. Kim, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
All right, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, hi there. My name is Kim Takach. I'm the parent.
Speak a little bit louder if you can. You're a little bit fuzzy.
Okay, I'm calling from the West Coast. Can you hear me okay?
We can do it. Yep.
Yeah, that's better. Thanks, Kim.
Okay. Hi, I'm Kim Takach. I'm the parent to two kids in the district, one child at Applethorpe Preschool and one at Tuscan. I'm also speaking tonight as the executive director of Together We Bloom, a disability justice nonprofit based in Maplewood. I just want to join the community speaking out again against the decision to switch the para contracts. And I could use my 2 minutes here to echo the myriad of concerns that were brought up in terms of the equity issues, the financial issues, and the just general disability rights issues that are brought up. But in reflecting on how I wanted to spend my time with you tonight, I actually think that there is no one that can say or understand this issue better than the very people who are most impacted by this issue. And so I implore you to listen to the parents that are speaking to you tonight. Listen to the disabled people who are speaking to you tonight. Listen to the teachers and the paras. And I implore you as a board, as administrators, to continue to have these conversations. Keep your decisions transparent. So much of the loss of trust and the harm that was done in this decision could have been avoided through ongoing collaboration with the very folks who are impacted. So please, in the future and in an ongoing way, we need to work on transparency with all members of our community, not just about certain hot button issues, especially children who are disabled. Their families deserve better. So please, please listen to them.
Thank you.
What's our nonprofit? Together We Bloom.
Yep.
Together We Bloom.
Okay. So one last try here. Do we have Rosemary Connell available? Looks like yes. Rosemary, are you there? We can't hear you.
Microphone's on.
Yeah, I don't know if you need to pick a different microphone on your WebEx, but we can't hear you. We'll give it just another second here. Okay, unfortunately, we are going to have to close out our first hearing of individuals and delegations this evening. We are, at this point, very late in the evening. It would be time for us to move into committee reports. And given the lateness of the hour, what I'm going to ask is if there is anyone who has an important update that relates to an item we would be voting on this evening, I'll ask if you can let me know that you'd like to share an update. Otherwise, these will all be in the committee minutes that will be or may have already been posted to our website. So, is there anyone that is feeling compelled to share regarding an agenda item we will be addressing tonight?
I did have some comments on our membership in the Garden State Coalition of Schools. Is it the proper time for that?
If you can, brief comments for sure. Yep.
Okay. Do you have the number? I want to refer to the resolution by number. I just don't have it.
It's somewhere in 4989.
It's
4989 AT.
Okay, so I'm referring to 49.
AT as in Appalachian Trail.
4989 AT, paragraph 38, third organization.
Okay. I want to flag that tonight, buried deep in the financial approval, sorry, let's start over again. I want to flag that tonight, buried deep in the financial approvals we're voting on, is membership in the Garden State Coalition of Schools. I bring that up in reference to Mr. Bing's references to state aid and SFRA being a flawed statute from the SOMSD's point of view, and us being under-aided versus even what our statutory target is. The relevance of that is that the GSCS is an organization of about 100 mostly affluent districts that's very active on state aid. It's a group that proudly says, quote, it has a seat at the table in state aid conversations and whose executive director statements get media and legislative attention. Sometimes it's even appointed to state education commissions. Sounds like a sensible membership for us to maintain, right? Well, maybe yes, maybe no. The GSCS having influence in state aid in Trenton doesn't necessarily mean it's advocating on our behalf or considering long-term fiscal responsibility. The Garden State Coalition has a decades-long history of opposing state aid redistribution. In the 1990s, it was founded and then had a very strenuous opposition to redistribution from wealthy districts to pay for Abbott implementation. In that, it was very effective because it did scuttle state aid cuts to wealthy districts and pension localization. But since the state paid for state aid for wealthy districts by basically cutting TPAF funding, the state developed a gigantic long-term unfunded liability, which is actually now much more detrimental to those wealthy districts than just aid cuts would have been. More recently, in the 2010s, it was very slow to accept the fiscal necessity of state aid redistribution from over-aided districts to under-aided districts, and didn't play any constructive role in the state aid reforms of the late 2010s. Some of these tendencies persist to the present, and I could give recent examples if it weren't so late. As a board member of a district that's chronically under-aided and which is hurt by the state's blatantly unequal way of calculating local fair share, I don't know if membership makes sense to us. But then again, maybe it's not right to quit the Garden State Coalition without trying to engage them, which I admit I haven't done in the last few years. In the mid-2010s, SOMSD was very active with the GSCS, but I don't think we've had a liaison since 2017. My point is, I'm not going to oppose membership in the Garden State Coalition for another year, but I do think that we should actually, try to be a more active part of the coalition, try to shape their agenda, try to make the coalition aware of what our problems are with state aid. Most Garden State Coalition members would be ineligible for equalization aid no matter what, because they're so wealthy that they don't have a direct financial interest in opposing state local fair share equalization. Anyway, so I'm going to be voting for membership tonight, but I hope that we can be more than just very passive members, and we could be more than just observers and get more participants in the Garden State Coalition to see if we can get them to care about some of the things we care about, which would be we're a chronically under-aided district, and we're a district with an extremely high local fair share. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. And go
Is this
ahead.
who you met with, Jeff? That's the group you met with? Yes. Board member Meyer and I met with the Garden State Coalition's new president, and we had a 90-minute conversation with her, and she didn't promise anything, nor did their executive director, but they did listen.
So that would really qualify as something that is under discussion for, I think, the resolution item. So I'm happy to have further conversation at that time. With regard to any other reports on committee items? Okay, for special services? Sure.
Right. The Special Services Committee met on June 15th. Board members Stefan and Higgins were in attendance with Ms. Jessamarie and Superintendent Bing, and the district was joined by our outgoing CPAC President Nicole Josie and incoming CPAC President Verna Holcomb. I want to thank Nicole for her years of dedicated service and leadership with CPAC. And of course, yes. And of course, we also look forward to continuing to watch her impact across the community. Verna, I know we're also really excited to work with you moving forward and to continue that collaboration. There you are. So I'm going to lead and only speak, as Will pointed out, to the work on paraprofessionals. Our board goal on the budget, as part of this goal, the committee has closely monitored a number of things, including our legal spend, our transportation costs as they relate to special services, and importantly, we have also focused on contracted services, related services, and of course, paraprofessionals. We've also intentionally monitored not just expenditures, but also tasking the district with developing and implementing criteria and fading forms and a more robust conversation about ensuring consistency as decisions are made. As has been discussed and shared here via reouts through the majority of this school year, in service of this goal, the committee has reviewed updates on paraprofessional RFP process, analysis related to related services, and the administration's exploration of multiple staffing models, including the feasibility of bringing our self-contained paraprofessional positions in-house, which we have and are continuing to assess and discuss. These conversations have occurred alongside planning investments like were mentioned tonight. And I want to just say that throughout this work, I, of course, stay in my governance and oversight lane as a board member. But as all board members, I do bring my own experience and lens. And by day, I do work in special education. I started as a paraprofessional myself 20 years ago. I'm a parent of a student who receives support themselves. And all of that does inform my work, and I take very seriously my responsibility to remain focused, not just on balancing and being responsible fiscal stewards, but also ensuring that our students receive services and supports that they need to access their education. And I submit to you this evening that these conversations have been amongst the hardest ones that I've had as a board member. So I want to thank the community members who came here tonight to support and advocate for our paraprofessionals. Our paraprofessionals are essential, and I completely understand the concerns that came from students and families and staff. And I want our community to know that those concerns have been registered, and we will continue to have them be part of the discussions that are ongoing. We have begun having conversations around planning what onboarding, training, communication, and thoughtful matches might look like as we collaborate with teachers and child study teams. And as well, I stated earlier, continue to pursue that long advocated desire to bring our self-contained paraprofessionals in-house. So as chair of Special Services Committee, my responsibility is to ensure the board provides meaningful oversight, and will continue to monitor implementation through data while remaining focused on the outcomes that matter most, which is ensuring that all of our students receive the supports they need, while also responsibly stewarding our district resources. So I want to thank everyone that waited and stayed and tuned in online for your advocacy, and I hope that we can continue and improve upon collaboration as we move forward. There's more notes online, but I just wanted to address that point tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on that? Order Higgins? Keeping in mind that we will likely have a conversation about the resolution on the agenda tonight.
Great, yeah. I think just from being on the Special Services Committee, it's a huge learning curve for me. It's not my area of expertise, and so I really do appreciate a lot of the walkthroughs within the committee so that I can understand more deeply what's going on. I do feel that with the community, there are mechanisms of connecting with the community, but because special services is so unique for so many families, I really do hear them saying we need to dig a little, well, not we, but the district needs to dig a little deeper into the community. And so I think some of these suggestions that we've heard through email and here are maybe worth investigating to see if we can do our best to really meet the needs of some of these students and families that can't show up here tonight and are struggling. So I'd love to kind of learn a little bit more about outside of, and CPAC is extremely valuable, but outside of CPAC and outside of special services, if we can next year think about a goal in expanding in that space a little bit more.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. Any other committee reports that are immediately pending? No. I look at you because we do have policies that are on, but there's not a lot.
We have two policies up for first, I'm sorry, 3 policies up for first read. I don't think any of them are particularly controversial. 2 of them are about adequate public notice for board meetings, and then one of them is about family leave that makes a change to track state law changes on who's eligible for family leave. And then up for second read is a policy we've discussed before, which is policy 2418 on Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. While I have the mic, I'll note something that was mentioned earlier, which is the district has issued Regulation 5120. That's not up for board vote, but it's issued by the district. A lot of work went into it, and a lot of board feedback was received. So I encourage anybody who's interested in the finer points of our integration system, how it works, and what the parameters are, to check that out online.
Any questions or comments? Okay. While we're in the discussion section, before we move on, I skipped over my board president update to make sure that we could get all of our public speaks on, and I'm going to skip over most of it, but I do want to just note that we had a loss within the district community in the last month. Suzanne Eng, the library media specialist, passed away on May 30th. Suzanne served the South Orange and Maplewood School District for over 30 years as a teacher and librarian, working at South Mountain Elementary, Seth Boyden, and Columbia High School. She was a a deeply valued member of our staff and a dedicated educator. And our thoughts continue to be with her friends, family, and colleagues. And I will also note the devastating earthquake that struck Venezuela just overnight, and our thoughts is with those folks who were displaced, injured, and have lost ones there, as well as folks in our local community who have ties there. With that, I am going to move us to the action portion of the meeting. We have several resolutions that are up that we will take on as a consent agenda this evening. Resolutions 4986 all the way through 4993. This spans resolutions on personnel actions, substitute actions, out-of-district placements, financial resolutions, affirmations of HIB investigations for May, our second read policies, our first read policies, and special education settlements. Do I have a motion to take that up as a consent agenda? Anyone? Board Member Second Gable, thank you. Do I have a second? Board, no? No, do I have a second? Board Member Kapadia, thank you very much. All right, discussion. Board Member Steffen.
Could I sever two items, please?
Yes.
4989P, as in pterodactyl, and 4989AL, as in American literature.
We're going to scroll the pterodactyl first.
Really well done.
So we'll be severing 4989T, which is the award contract for carpentry services.
P, as in pterodactyl,
all right.
or pneumonia.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep. No, it's.
You fell right into that one.
No, I really did. That was unfair, actually. At this time of night. All right. So you're not going after carpentry services. Instead, this is to reject bids and award contract for security services. And then 4989AL. Which one? Is it not AL? This is to authorize the business administrator to enter into facility use agreements. Is that correct? Okay, got it. Are there any other severs? Board Member Brown. Oh, okay. Can you just go on mic for a second?
If we have questions about a couple of these resolutions, are we asking those questions now, or are we are severing first and then asking questions?
So at any time in discussions, we can sever, and that pulls it aside. We can have discussion on the group of resolutions without severing. So that it is time for that. I do want to ask, is there any other resolution to be severed, or are we good? Okay. Nope.
4989L.
4989L. Just a second here. Okay, L. That is transfer of current year surplus to various reserve accounts. All right, noted. All right. Board Member Kapadia.
I'd like to sever 4989 AV.
AV. 4989 AV is the amend resolution, 4984B resolution for rejecting local bids and awarding contract for paraprofessional services. Okay. We're going to move on to first discuss the balance of items that have not been severed, so 4986 through 4993. Are there questions, comments, discussion? Board Member Brown first? Nope. All right, Board Member Higgins.
So this is related to 4986 personnel. I think it would be helpful to just get a little clarity on the salaries that have TBD, and then the Seth Boyden Clinton and Clinton CHS library roles. So if you don't mind kind of walking us through those two items within the personnel.
Just go one by one for me.
Okay, sure. TBD salaries.
TBD
What does
salaries.
TBD salaries mean on
So
the
we
personnel
still have to meet with ASCA around those salaries. So once we make sure we're all on the same page, it'll come back to the board for another vote.
And the salary will
actual
be on
salary,
that.
correct,
Okay,
correct.
great. And then the second one is there's two library roles that have a shared identification, so Seth Boyden / Clinton, and then Clinton / CHS. If we could get some clarity on that.
So Seth Boyden will have a full-time librarian. What we have done, past practice, and we'll continue to do it, if a librarian has a full load but still has room in their schedule, then we try to share them with another school where a librarian is really packed and doesn't have room to pick up one or two more classes because the school's just too big. So we try to share them that way, but both schools will have full-time librarians.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, wait, I have one more sever, and then I have a couple questions. I would like to sever 4986D, no, sorry, 4986E4.
That is Kayla Fleming, is that
Yep.
correct? Okay.
Yes. And then I had a couple questions. Do you mind if I, go ahead? Okay. So for 4989A, clinical counseling sessions virtual for $43,000, what is that? I guess who receives it?
If it's not an IEP, thank you. Even if it's not in the IEP, if it's any student that needs counseling, it's a certified school counselor.
Okay, I was just curious how it differs from like the school social worker or
They pick up
the intern.
extra cases or emergencies, things of that nature.
Okay.
We'll use the virtual, and some kids don't like the virtual, they just like the in-person, so we can go either way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any information on utilization?
Yeah, we had the contract last year. It was utilized quite a bit.
Okay.
That's why we're re-upping it this year, and it just provides that extra cushion for us.
Okay.
One, if our social workers are just packed and don't have time for certain students, we can just call up and get a virtual quickly, so it's been pretty helpful.
Okay. And then the 4989E, the gentleman that came up here to public speaks, who has come up before as well, I'm just wondering of what some of the costs that were mentioned there are worth further exploring before we vote on those.
It's the service providers that price point.
Oh, the price point had brought up. Yeah, we usually, we do a pretty good job of shopping and comparing, and we usually call anywhere from 3 to 6 different vendors. It also depends on if they have the staff to service us, so that's also a factor. There are some times we have to go with the higher price because the other company didn't have enough staff to service us.
Okay, and then 4989AT to what Board Member Bennett was saying, I'm just, given kind of what Board Member Bennett was saying, I know it's not a big cost, but I guess what is the benefit that we are getting as being a member of that organization? And I think, Will, that might be for, I don't know, because that's a board body, right?
So it's the Garden State Coalition on Schools, which I am not an expert on, though I've joined some of their meetings, and I know Board Member Bennett has done a lot of investigation into them. It is a group of schools, a group of districts and district leaders that came together. I think it was initially in response to some particular financial concern. They meet on a monthly basis. They have, big speakers, and they organize around certain state funding initiatives. I know that there have been, I've spoken to certain folks who have been on the board previously and in the community who have encouraged us to continue working with them for ties they have with the state education department and work they're doing generally. And I know that I believe we give them maybe $2,500 for the programming and the lobbying and advocacy that they do. And I think that given the ties that they have to some folks nearby in our community and the work that I've seen them do, it is worthwhile for us to stay engaged in the conversation. And I think that Board Member Bennett's idea of actually assigning a liaison to them is interesting. I don't know exactly how that works because they don't necessarily have liaison engagement, but to look at that and perhaps put that on a subsequent resolution could be a way of helping to influence them, which I know that that Jeff on a personal basis has been doing, I think with some effect at this point.
Yeah, sorry, can I just respond to that? I agree. I think even if there's not a liaison role, if we have one board member, maybe Board Member Bennett, if you'd be so inclined, to kind of keep track of what they're doing, if nothing else, because I'd want to make sure that they are actually representing the interests of our district.
And I don't know if I get an email from them, I think, every single day with news updates, which is helpful in and of itself.
So sorry, I'm just going to jump in because I've attended 3 of their online meetings. Yes, and then I went to their annual event. And I will say that the speaker, the people that were on the panel, they were very much advocating for the change in health benefits. I guess I want to be able to understand if that's going to come to fruition and what that looks like. But I did learn a lot, but at the same time, I'll be honest, I think some of that I can find myself through different newspapers and ledgers and just Googling and talking to you all and our community members. So I'm on the fence of like, is this the year that we maintain it or not, considering everything we're looking at? So, yeah.
I'd have to check. I think they offer micro-credentialing and professional development. I would have to check if any of our folks have participated.
Membership in the Garden State Coalition is $2,500, as Board Member Meyer said. And in one sense, $2,500 is nothing, considering we have like a $200 million budget. Although we go to so few meetings that if you calculated like the cost per meeting, like if we go to 10 meetings per year, it's $250 per meeting, and that is quite a lot of money. And I don't actually think we go to 10 meetings per year. As for a bit more about them, like they were founded after the Abbott II decision in 1990 to oppose pension localization and state aid cuts for high wealth districts. Later, they opposed spending caps, which the state wanted to impose on high wealth districts. I don't think they've really had such a coherent, defined mission since the 1990s. And when I follow them, sometimes it's hard to figure out like what their stances are on various things. Like, I couldn't really figure out what their stance is on the tax cap, for instance. They are 100 districts. Most of the districts are much wealthier than we are, like districts who would never, get equalization aid. There are some low-income districts who are members, like Trenton is a member. I think they're kind of anomalous, but they are a member. They have one full-time employee, someone who's been affiliated with the Glen Ridge School District. And, we kind of have to like track actually, what stances they're taking, and if they could do anything to help like chronically underrated districts like us, and if they could take up the cause of local fair share equality. The cause of local fair share equality is just nowhere on the state agenda. I'm very disappointed to report. Even districts who have huge local fair shares, and who lose thousands of dollars per student equalization aid, like Cherry Hill and the Philly suburbs, they're not active on it. West Orange, though, fortunately has become active on local fair share equality because they also have an extremely high local fair share. Maybe the Garden State Coalition won't take up our cause at all. They didn't take up our cause in the mid-2010s. But if they would actually start to talk about how ridiculous New Jersey's method of calculating local fair share is, where you have some districts expected to pay a 1% tax rate and other districts expected to pay up to a 2% tax rate, which is blatantly unequal treatment. If they would actually take up that cause and get covered in the media, and they could have conversations with the legislators about that, it would be a very good thing for us in the state. But I don't know if they're ready to do that, but we haven't asked them enough.
Okay, thanks.
So that's on us.
Any other discussion on this? Board Member Higgins.
Not necessarily on this, unless anybody else had other things to say.
No, we're on the omnibus here, so any other resolution, apart
Yes.
from the severed?
Yes. So I just wanted to bring up kind of one general point, and then it applies to the resolutions tonight. So there were a lot of resolutions that were provided right at the 48-hour, maybe even 24-hour mark. And I understand that there's a lot going on, and this is that time of year where we're closing the financial or the budget year. And there are resolutions that do need to be done by June 30th. They are legally mandated, and I was wondering if we could identify which ones those are. Because I will say, some of these resolutions, I'm seeing some best practices in them of like providing background information that helps educate us on what we're voting on. What was the other one? Just a little bit more detail in some of the resolutions that I know I saw like kind of throughout the week being edited. So I kind of want to be like very mindful of making sure that what we vote on, we're all clear on it. We're all prepared for it. We stand behind it or not, abstain or no, whatever the vote is. So do we know which ones have to be voted on by June 30th that are like by law, they need to be done for the close of fiscal year?
I know that, I think that was a question that you had posed maybe earlier today, or perhaps a different board member had posed that, and I don't think that we had an answer, and that may have been an analysis that itself would have been taking too much time today. I think at this point, they are on the agenda to be voted, so apart from severing certain ones, I think, they are where they are right now. Unless, I don't know if we have any other input as far as specific ones that you were thinking about. I mean, we do have a large number of them in here.
So I guess one of the points I wanted to look at was that some of them don't have that not to exceed amount. So some of them have like a not to exceed amount that basically stopgaps, I would imagine, overspend. Some of them have it, some of them don't. I can like pull out the ones that don't have it, but I also just want to understand, are they supposed to have it? Are they not supposed to have it? And I think that like considering the climate, that level of detail is, we should be looking at that and making sure that,
President Meyer?
Yep, please.
Oh, great, thank you.
Yeah, so the not to exceed amounts is something that we had talked about. It exists in our policy. It's really related to any professional services contract. And it is something that we were supposed to be doing, and we just historically had not been doing it. It didn't make a whole lot of sense to start mid-year because there were a lot of contracts that needed to be captured. So we said, starting with this new fiscal year, any professional services contract that's awarded, we want to max out that contract. And it's a good standard practice to put a limit. And we're on the back end, what that does is it allows us to put a purchase order and an encumbrance into the system and then track it. And that's something, one of the systems that we've been looking to improve upon with the district. So with the start of the new fiscal year, we sent out, correspondence that said, anytime you want to put a professional service on for renewal, we have to estimate the value so that we're informing you, how much we think we're going to spend with this vendor for the year. And internally, we're setting up an encumbrance in the system. So we're setting those funds aside in the budget so that we can set an encumbrance up. So it was the first year, and it was a lot to try and get everybody to understand why we were doing this and to value out a contract and looking at, estimating out 3 years worth of past expenditures. And now what will happen is if we approve these services and we approve these fixed amounts internally, we need to track these and monitor these and make sure that we're not exceeding that. And then conversely, put vendors on notice that say, you're being issued a contract for X number of dollars and you're not allowed to exceed that unless you have another signed purchase order so that you can't provide services in excess of what's on the books in the system and encumbered. And that's really the basis behind all of this. And the professional services contracts are what we targeted. And then the contract awards for the time and materials bids and the security bid and the paraprofessional bid, a good practice is to estimate the cost value of that contract, but we're not locked in on those estimated costs for the bids to that amount. We're just giving you, and we're putting on notice in certain contracts we have to file down with the state, and we have to we have to value those contracts, and the reason why those are on the time and materials and the other vendors, security and paraprofessionals, is because we want to estimate the cost of and really inform the board and the public of the value of the contract that we're recommending for award.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I guess I'll be more specific with the letters so that I can just double check, like,
Yep.
is it supposed to have it or not? So 4989P, Q, R, S, T, U, and V, they all have, they're all services. So maybe I'm, wrong in thinking they should have the not to exceed language. So S has an estimate and an annual cost, but it doesn't have the not to exceed language. But those letters were, and W, sorry, W also doesn't have the missing not to exceed. So it'd just be helpful to know, should we have that or?
Well, these are awarding, we're awarding all those bids, and the way these bids work, whether it's a time and materials or an hourly rate contract, we had a very comprehensive bid specification done, and we will have a contract. And the contract can't, for a lot of reasons, it can't be fixed like the award the contract for, I'm looking at 4989R right now. We're estimating that contract to be $250,000, but the contract itself is really the nuts and bolts that we're paying them by the hour for every hour of labor that they provide to us. Plus, we're also paying, when they provide us invoices for materials they've used, they can mark that up. I'm looking at the Sal Electric. They can mark that up 15%. So that contract will be determined, the management of that contract will be determined based on how much we use them. So that's really, we're estimating that, but we're not fixing the district to that dollar amount.
So just to confirm, there are some services that are just time and materials, and it's as much time and the cost of materials that are used, and then there are other services that are more like professional services where we cap.
Yes.
Okay. Does that kind of clarify? Okay. Like, for example, what you're looking at, P, or it was R, like carpentry, electrical, it's just based on what we need, because we don't know, we can't really estimate like X number of hours, but we do know how we want to, how many, like we know we can approve the rate per hour, and then we have an estimate. But if we go above the estimate, then there will be a process by which it comes back to the board or to the BA for approval.
Wait, can I ask it?
Yes.
Is that's accurate? I thought it was if there's a not to exceed, it comes back to the board, but I don't know if it's.
That's right.
If it's an estimate, it doesn't necessarily come back to the board.
It doesn't come back to the board. You're right. Yes. On those, and that's why it says it's an estimate. The ones that we're really trying to fix and we're trying to limit, and that under the accountability regs, we're supposed to track and we're supposed to limit, are all of our professional services contracts. So those are the ones that we're putting a hard stop, saying it's your architect, it's your attorney, it's me if I'm doing work for you. It's the whole list of consultants and professional services that are awarded. And we can't exceed those values that the board is putting in place. So that locks you in so that you can't use more professional services than what you've authorized.
Thank you, Frank.
Sure.
Are there other questions or comments regarding?
Yeah, I had one comment, one quick question. My comment is on the board secretary's report, and it shows that we have some unallocated encumbrances, maybe I'm using the wrong terminology, not yet allocated encumbrances to the tune of almost 9 million. And Frank, I know you mentioned via email that it's really hard to estimate what the final number will be, because that's the carryover that we end up using for budgeted fund balance in the next year. And that is going to be really critical for us. This is just a comment I'm making. We've put in a lot of practices in place to ensure that the right purchase orders are going in, and we have a much better idea of how we end the fiscal year. and I think these practices will bear fruit in the next fiscal year. I guess we just have to wait with bated breath to see where we actually end this fiscal year to see how much we're actually left with. So I just want to kind of make that point because, again, it informs how we budget 27, 28. My question is on 4989X, and this is
Sorry,
the
which letter?
X.
X.
Yeah. And this is for X, district-wide copier lease, maintenance, and fax services. It says here that we are moving to a lease of copiers and a print management software for a period of 5 years. Is this something new for the district?
Well, it is a new copier lease, but we have existing copiers in the district. So this is what was presented to the FFT committee a couple of days ago when Kate came on and talked about how we have all leases that are expiring at different times and there's no oversight and there's no management software. And this was like phase one of trying to make everything start and end at the same time and to put print management software on all the machines so that we can get a better understanding of our copier utilization and eliminate waste and eliminate unplanned print jobs. So this is the resolution for that.
So this is an improvement over how we currently manage our copier expenses?
Yes, and it's also bringing the management of the copiers under the technology department where I really believe it belongs. It doesn't belong in the business office. It belongs, copiers now are just another piece of technology. It's another device. It just happens to print out copies. So Keith's department, by doing this, will also be able to take over the management on the back end of all these machines and add them as devices. And right now, they don't exist in our environment that way. So it solves a lot of operational issues for us also.
It also takes us into the 21st century. These are the newer printers, and it's much more efficient, especially energy-wise.
Board Member Higgins.
On 4989AM, this is authorized insurance coverage for district clubs, parent organizations, and PTAs. And I've personally just been trying to get to know all the organizations. So when I compared to the website, there were ones that were missing, and there's no MMS clubs, which I thought there's got to be MMS clubs. I do see the line, this list must be approved annually and may be amended throughout the school year. So if we approve this one, is it possible to make sure that the ones that we're planning on for the fall are voted on for the summer so that our insurance is fully covering all the entities?
Yeah. So this resolution is a resolution. It's kind of a best practice to make sure that you're extending coverage to your groups. It doesn't mean that they're not covered if they're working on your behalf. Anybody who does work on behalf of the school district is by virtue covered. We're just enforcing it and saying we're not buying insurance policies and we're not paying for their insurance. We're just saying if they do work on our behalf and there's nothing fraudulent or erroneous happening and an issue takes place, the insurance coverage is going to push into all these groups that support us. So there's nothing to stop us. It's not to say that if a group is on here that's not listed, if something happens, they won't be covered.
So go ahead.
As long as they're authorized to work, and that could be by Jason, it could be by a building principal, as long as that authorization has been given by an authority in the district, that insurance coverage at some point will, it's our insurance. So it doesn't mean if they're not on here that they're exposed.
Got it. So just as an example, I know the Early Childhood Advisory Council meets in the central office building, so they are covered, even though they're not listed on this resolution. I don't know if you're familiar with them, but it's just an example.
So what I would suggest is we take this list and we distribute it. And we distribute it to like the SLT, or we distribute it to the administrative teams and say, are there clubs on here that are out there that should be included? and we can do another follow-up. I mean, I think that's.
Got
the
it.
way to
Great.
Resolve it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the consent agenda? Board Member Sackett Gable?
Just to flag for that one resolution that it does still say 2526.
I thought I looked at that, which, tell me again.
4989 AM that we were just looking at.
It does.
Yep. All right, so are you making a motion to amend the resolution?
I'm making a motion to amend the resolution.
To change 2526 to 2627?
627, yes.
Is there a second? All right, we have to discuss that motion, or we can bring it right to a vote. So we can bring it right to a vote?
Appreciate your eagle eye.
All right. Mr. Carrigan, could you please call the roll on the motion to amend 4989 AM?
All in favor?
Show of hands.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, 4989 AM is now corrected. Any other comments regarding? No, the Severs is next. Yep. Board Member Higgins?
I know, I'm your favorite person right now. So 4989, it used to be AG. It's the organizational appointments. I thought I saw at some point the code of conduct on it, but then I second guessed myself. We're not voting on the code of conduct tonight, right? I don't remember.
So at some
No,
point,
right?
there was a reference to the code of conduct. I believe, my understanding is that while the code of conduct remains almost entirely unchanged, they wanted to verify that, so we
Okay.
are not readopting that this evening.
Great. And then same question with, I feel like I remembered the standard operating procedures for the business office. Were we voting on that? I know that was brought up, but I just want to make sure.
There in line 43 does impart reference the SOPM for the business office, which we've had on file for a number of years. It looks like there have been some changes. It probably is due to have a new look, but in the same way that in that resolution, we are readopting a lot of standing documents such as our entire policy manual, the district org chart, the purchasing manual. That is also listed here. Yep.
Okay. If Frank's still around, is that a must vote on before June 30th?
So I don't know when the district is up for a QSAC and review.
Okay.
But the year that you should adopt the SOP every year, and it should be reviewed every 2 to 3 years. So I think what I sent out to the finance committee when this very topic came up Tuesday is we should find out when the next QSAC is and make sure that it's reviewed and updated prior to going through the next round of QSAC. And the names that are on that plan are Eric Burnside and Andrea. So it's not terribly old, but it's not terribly new. So it requires a refreshing look to make sure that it's updated and reflective of our current practices. And so I know that was something that we had talked about trying to do this year. And, this year just turned out the way this year did. So
I would suggest that in light of ongoing transition in the business office, as referenced in part in our personnel resolution, it now would not be a great time to not have a standard operating procedure manual in place. I do think we should adopt it and maintain it in place, and also be intentional about making sure that it is refreshed and updated.
Just what number are you talking about here?
Sure, that is 4989 AS. Wait, no, AT, and that is paragraph 43, the second document in that paragraph. Okay. Are there any other questions on our consent agenda of resolutions? Board Member Higgins.
Sorry, everybody. The agreement for lease purchase advisory service, I know that was added a little later. What is HCESC? I just don't, I'm not familiar.
Yep, that is the Hunterdon County Educational Services Commission. They will go out to bid for the lease. We have to actually bid the lease purchase. Every year the district does a lease purchase for certain pieces of equipment, usually Chromebooks and different upgrades that we can't fund in 1 year. So we spread the payment over 5 years. In Hunterdon County for the last several years, they prepare the specs, they go out, they shop everything, and they do that service on your behalf, and they charge like 0.5% to do it. So it's a pretty standard thing for them to do. It just I didn't realize that we were actually doing another lease because of the way the background budget and me taking over in March. And we found out like 2 days ago that we still need to do a lease. So I listen, I don't like dropping stuff on this conversation with Will today. I don't like putting this stuff out there at the last minute either, but if we wait another month, it's another month that we can't get the funding for the items that we need. So it's a pretty standard thing. You've used Hunterdon County to prepare your bids along with probably a couple of hundred other school districts every year. You probably use them for the last 3 or 4 years. So, it's a pretty standard rate, and it's a very small overall cost for them to do all that for you.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right.
Sorry, one more thing.
Go ahead, please.
Related to, what am I looking at here? 4989 AT. I think just going forward with this, because it's so much in here, and I think it's easy to overlook things, but one thing I would have liked to discuss maybe more, or as part of a budget adoption in next year, would be to approve the district organization chart at the same time, as opposed to approving it after the fact. I mean, it's all related to the budget.
Yeah, it's above my pay grade when it actually, the order of operations of when that tends to be brought through, I think we have approved all of those individuals, but as far as the chart itself.
Right, because we weren't sent a chart.
No, not new.
Existing, so, okay, I'm sure we can have a chart sent around. Oh, yeah. Any other questions on that? All right. Then just to refresh, I'm going to ask the stand-in board secretary here, Mr. Carey, to call the vote for items 4986 through 4993, with the exception of 4986D, line 4, 4989L, 4989P, 4989AL, and 4989AV. Mr. Carrick, would you please call the roll?
Sorry, I have a correction. Was it D or E? It was E. E.
Oh, I'm sorry, hang on, wait, we're talking about in 4986?
Yeah, 4986E4.
Thank you very much for that. Yep, good. E4.
The severs are 4989P, 4989AL, 4989L, 4989AV, 4986E4. All right.
Okay.
So this is on 4986 through 4993. Board Member Bennett,
Yes.
Board Member Brown.
So this is on everything except for those, right?
That's correct.
Yes.
Board Member Callahan,
Yes.
Board Member Higgins,
Yes.
Board Member Capadia,
Yes.
Board President Meyer,
Yes.
Board Member Nyar,
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable,
Yes.
Board Member Steffen.
Yes.
Motion's passed.
All right. We're next going to take up, just move straight down the list, 4986E, number 4. Keep in mind, this is a personnel resolution, so we have pretty limited opportunity for discussion here. If we've severed, we've taken up, do we have to have a new motion and second, Mr. Carrick?
I think you should.
Sure, all right. Do I have a motion to take up 4986E, line 4? Board Member Callahan, do I have a second? Board Member Brown? Board Member Brown, you sought to sever this. Do you have a discussion that can be made in public?
I don't think I should say anything in public.
Understood. Is there anyone else that has a comment they can make in public on this? All right. I'm going to ask that we call the vote then.
Board Member Steffen?
Yes.
Board Member Sackett-Gable?
Yes.
Board Member Nayar?
Yes.
Board President Meyer?
Yes.
Board Member Kapadia?
Yes.
Board Member Higgins?
Yes.
Board Member Callahan?
Yes.
Board Member Brown?
No.
Board Member Bennett?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Moving on to item 4989L. Do I have a motion to consider? Board Member Higgins, do I have a second? Board Member Steffen, discussion.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I don't know if it got amended already, but if it hadn't, I wanted to amend this to include language which says that any unreserved, undesignated fund balance for the year ending June 30, 2026, an amount not to exceed the state mandated 2% cap. With the excess above this amount, not only will we have the options to transfer it to the capital reserve and maintenance reserve account, we should also have the option to transfer some to budgeted fund balance, which will allow us to use it as savings into a future year's operating budget. So I think Patrick has sent you language, but that's what I want to do. That's how I want to amend that. It is? It's not, okay. The other amendment I wanted to this resolution is in the last paragraph where it says, it hereby authorizes the district school administrator to make this transfer consistent with all applicable laws and regulations. I would like to add something which says transfer in consultation with the FFT committee and consistent. So at least we get to see how the district would like to allocate these surpluses. And then finally, just one little correction where it says emergency reserves. It's not emergency, it should be maintenance. So those are my 3 recommendations.
So Board Member Nyer, it sounds like you have language drafted. I don't know, have you sent that around to the board?
I have sent it around, I sent it around to some people. I will send it around right now.
I would like to ask Mr. Servals if you're available. I don't know if you heard and copied down those amendments. Does RBA have a copy? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, what else would I be doing at 20 to 1 in the morning? So I had responded back to Melanie. I personally don't have any issues. I appreciate that she picked up maintenance instead of emergency. I did explain to her that what she's asking about it being put to fund balance is actually how it works statutorily. So if you want to do it for the purpose of making it more clear to the public, we can do it, but it won't change the outcome because by nature, anything above 2% that you don't put into a reserve account automatically by statute goes back to tax relief. But I don't have an objection to that. And my only other question was, and not to put Patrick on the spot, but the last section about the school business administrator in consultation with the FFT, I don't necessarily have an issue with it as long as we can legally have the resolution say that.
Yeah, the way I'm interpreting that is that you're just going to advise them. The FFT committee does not have any power to make any determination about funds or anything, so it's just advisory only. That's how I'm interpreting the consultation part.
Would it be appropriate to, I'm not familiar with typically referencing committees in resolutions. Would it be appropriate to say in consultation with the board, the understanding that it would be the FFT committee?
Yeah, it would be fine. You can't the FFT committee can't make any decisions. And the rest of the resolution specifies where the money's already going. I presume that the motion was made to see how it's going to be allocated between the various accounts. But as the business administrator said, you have to return unbudgeted money to the taxpayers. So it's probably not going to change any outcome here.
Board Member Brown.
I guess I don't necessarily think that we need to add the fund balance. To the BA's point, it is what you have to do. So it just seems redundant and a little bit confusing to add it. And then if we add something to the end, I think I would rather have it say something like, well, is this how we do it? Or is it, we have this discussion now? Or do I have to propose a different language?
We can have a discussion, and you
Okay.
could then make a motion
Okay.
to amend.
So
And
I guess.
I don't think there's been actually a motion.
Oh.
You were intending to amend. We have not quite made the motion. Let's continue discussion
Okay.
for a second.
I guess I would say make this transfer consistent with all applicable laws and regulation and inform the board. I guess I would like to inform the full board and not just FFT.
I'd like to keep, I know it's understood that anything that's not allocated to capital reserve and maintenance reserve goes into budgeted fund balance. I would prefer to have the specific language, just because we do have a bunch of transition coming up in the BA's office. And so I'd like to just be explicit. That's where I'm coming from.
Okay, I think I would, it is reading strange to me to suggest that if one specific committee is involved in this, but I would not object to an amendment that says in consultation with the board.
Will, listen, this is where I had said with Patrick's approval, I don't know that the board has the authority to arbitrarily have input on that decision, because if we're doing this, and Melanie, I thought that, if the other one about putting it into tax relief is more to inform the public, it doesn't matter who is sitting in this seat or if nobody's sitting in this seat. The auditors by statute, if you don't put money into a reserve account, anything above 2% has to go back to tax relief. They're forced, they do the calculation, they do that. So if we want to do it because we want to explain it more, but adding it is not going to change the outcome regardless of who's sitting in the seat.
Frank, the question then is the allocation between capital and maintenance, and then the balance. Who decides that? Is that a limit to how much you transfer to each reserve? That's like by statute?
Yep. So what would realistically happen? And Melanie, this all ties in to the discussion we had before about being more, having a better understanding of outstanding encumbrances that we may not be aware of right now, which is the issue we're trying to clarify. We're not going to know that until probably we get into the end of July, once all vendors send in their June bills and we can vet it and compare it against all the invoices. And the board has to pass this resolution by June 30th. Otherwise, everything goes into tax relief and nothing can go into a reserve. So that's what we're faced against. So this is the balance to say, we don't really know where we stand yet. We're going to go through this and we're going to go through the audit. And after the audit's completed, you're going to allow the business administrator to make that determination and not give specific dollar values tonight, because we're still getting, as we explained, we're still getting hit with bills, and we're still putting stuff into the system because of where we stand right now. So that's the dilemma. I would say in reality, anybody who's sitting in my seat would have that dialogue and would, I've explained this a number of times, like we're a team and we're all supposed to be working together. There shouldn't be a reason why this wouldn't be discussed and why there wouldn't be a plan to say, this is what we should do with all of the different reserves, and the balance should go in as we discussed during budget. How much do we think we need for 27, 28? You know, how much do we think we can replenish back if we take money out of capital reserve and into maintenance reserve? So I just don't know that we can make it subject to a committee, and I wouldn't want that to be interpreted that the committee can make a decision, because and this is where Patrick can weigh in. I don't know that they can.
So, Frank, I appreciate that explanation. I think that sort of refines it for me. I think the only question is just to explain for the uninitiated, when you look at the option to transfer to either capital reserve or maintenance reserve or a combination, can you explain just real briefly how that determination is made and whether there is discussion in committee surrounding that?
In reality and practicality, I mean, you've been with a couple of committees with me now. I would bring that forward and I would say, this is what we have. We got through the audit, but before the audit's finalized, we have an idea of how much money we generated. The board secretary's report, Melanie said before, is showing like $9 million. I can't attest to the fact that, we don't know that there's other encumbrances that are going through. We're not going to know until probably the mid to the end of July, which is why we're asking for the authority to pay bills, because we need to clean all this stuff up. And once we have the determination and it's been audited, but before the audit's finalized, we have a conversation, and I would bring the committee into that conversation and say, this is what the numbers look like. This is what we're recommending, and we'd have a conversation just like we have on any other topic.
Got it.
I just don't know that we can, like everything else, the way these resolutions are worded, I don't know that we can make it subject to a committee review.
Understood. So I think I would propose then we do an amendment simply to correct that word emergency and put in maintenance and leave the rest untouched. Is there a second to that motion? Board Member Second Gable? Is there any discussion on that motion to amend? All right. Can we call the vote, Mr. Carrick, on the motion to amend emergency to maintenance?
All in favor? Nays, abstentions, motion passes.
Okay, great. Are there any other discussion on 4989L before we move forward? Okay, then up. Did you have your hand up? No. All right, can we call the vote on 4989L?
Board Member Steffen?
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable?
Yes.
Board Member Nayar? Board President Meyer?
Yes.
Board Member Kapadia?
Yes.
Board Member Higgins?
Yes.
Board Member Callahan?
Yes.
Board Member Brown?
Yes.
Board Member Bennett?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Good, let's move on to 4989P. Do I have a motion? You want to sever it? Do you want to move it in? All right. Board Member Steffen, do I have a second? Board Member Higgins, discussion. Board Member Steffen.
So this is a resolution to accept a bid for school safety officers, which, from what I can tell, is rebranding of school resource officers. How many officers are we talking about, and where are they going to be deployed?
Are we actually talking about a rebranded SRO?
Well, perhaps you can explain. What is a school safety officer?
It's our security staff.
And can you give us a sense of where those are in the different buildings?
Yeah, so this budget we eliminated, as you know, from the elementary. That's the biggest change. Both middle schools, high school, that's where the security guards are.
So my concern is, we know the budget is extremely serious. We're talking about cutting paraprofessional pay. And then, this is $900,000 for school safety officers. So, it gives me a little bit of discomfort to see that allocation.
We reduced not only the elementary, we also reduced at the high school as well. So, and that was at the start of the budget process. So this is a bit of a reduction of what we had in the past, keeping the budget in mind. And I don't know offhand what our current rate is. Maybe Frank, you know what our current security budget is?
Our current security budget is, I think, over $1 million. I think by the time all said and done, so, you know, some of the security, the piece that, and this is where the estimate comes into play, the piece that's a little bit of a wild card is we use these security officers to do events, even when they're parent paid events, and even when they're outside facilities users that use our events, we might get reimbursed for that, but we still have to pay that to the company. So our net spend on security is probably over $1 million this year. And with the changes that we've made, it will probably be closer to 800,000, but we used a figure of 900 because of that wild card of how much we'll take back in, and we'll be able to apply as like refunds and contras to those accounts. So, you know, we did see savings by making those reductions and eliminating, and I don't believe, I'm actually pulling this bit up right now.
Yeah, just so you know, Paul, everybody pays for security and custodial. So there are some organizations who don't pay the fee, but everybody pays for security and custodial. If they're not doing an event during the day, or when the custodians or security are there on a normal basis, their normal hours, then they pay.
So we're asking for 8 security officers at Columbia High School, 2 at Maplewood Middle School, 2 at South Orange Middle School, 1 at the administration building. So there's a total of 13. And then there's a lead officer that will be there every day. And then we do have some weekend coverage. And then we do have a much scaled back version of coverage during the summer in the buildings and on the weekends in the summer.
Any other questions or comments on this? Board Member Bennett.
Just regarding our security spending, we do get just over $1 million in state security aid. I don't know what a typical district of our size spends on security, but you know what we're spending with the $900,000, it is in line with our state security aid at least.
Yeah, I mean, our goal is to keep it at 8. That's when we originally developed this budget. And again, I think that goes along the lines of we need to hold the line on certain things. That's one of the reasons why we've been working with the election board around staffing our own security, things like that. We're trying to really peel back on.
All right. Any other comments on this? Okay. 4989. Are we on P? P.
P.
You please call the question.
Board Member Steffen.
No.
Board Member Sackett Gable.
Yes.
Board Member Nyer.
Yes.
Board President Meyer.
Yes.
Board Member Capadia.
Yes.
Board Member Higgins.
Yes.
Board Member Callahan.
Yes.
Board Member Brown.
Yes.
Board Member Bennett.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Moving along. 4989AL. Authorize the business administrator to enter into facilities use agreements. Do I have a motion? From anyone? Board Member Callahan, second. Board Member Sackett Gable. Discussion.
So this is a resolution to authorize the BA to enter into an agreement with Rubens Blanc Management for facility usage, and that would include a waiver of facility use fees unless there's a cost to the district. What is Rubens Blanc Management, and why are we exempting them from fees?
It's my understanding, unofficially, they ran a youth football camp last year at Underhill, and I'm assuming they may be doing so again. And so I think we have sort of a standing practice of giving free access to folks who are doing free programming.
I also believe they're opening up to the middle school kids this year as well.
I guess I don't, does everybody who does free programming get this kind of arrangement?
We just went over that list. I wish you were there, Paul. We literally just went over the list with Tiffany. We have organizations that do not pay the fee, but pay custodial and security. It depends on the organization and what tier they are in the business office.
So this, oh, sorry.
No, please go ahead.
So I don't specifically know, I know it says it authorizes me to do it, but I don't specifically know the service they're providing, but my understanding is that there are certain groups that have, I want to call it a quid pro quo, where there's the value of the service they're providing to the district. They don't fall in a category where the fees would be waived, but because a service that they're providing to the district is either equal or greater value than what we would charge them for facilities use, that's usually brought before the board, and then the board pays this, waives the fees because they don't qualify to not have to pay the fees. And I'll say, for instance, in my last district, we had a community group that used our field for free, and they maintained the field, and it was one less field that we had to maintain. They lined it, they mowed it, they used it, and we were able to use it also. So we didn't charge them a facilities fee because the cost for our people to maintain it outweighed the waiver of the fee. And I would imagine a similar arrangement exists here. I just personally don't, unfortunately, I personally don't know the details of this arrangement, but it was being recommended by the athletic director. So I'm imagining it has something to do with an athletic event or a club or a team.
Yeah, it's certainly my impulse that in background info, the athletic director arranged for this vendor to provide free services to SOMSD student athletes, and we are waiving facilities use fees unless there is a cost to the district. It feels fairly straightforward. I'm going to put some level of trust in the programming that our athletic director is arranging to our students personally. Any other comments? Questions? Board Member Higgins.
Yeah, just a comment, because when I was looking over the resolutions, I did have the same question. And I think maybe just clarity in that background information section of saying this is providing youth football camp free of charge, because I'm looking at their Instagram right now, and it looks like a great program. So I think that extra information would make a huge difference on these resolutions, where we don't end up kind of waffling around different companies and different things, because it does make sense for this to be free, but there's no background information. So that would be helpful.
Noted. Any other discussion? All right. So 4989AL, Mr. Carey, could you please call the question?
Board Member Bennett?
Yes.
Board Member Brown?
Yes.
Board Member Callahan?
Yes.
Board Member Higgins?
Yes.
Board Member Kapadia?
Yes.
Board President Meyer?
Yes.
Board Member Nayar?
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable?
Yes.
Board Member Steffen?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right.
And just as a practical follow-up to that, we'll send some additional information about what they're doing and why the service is valued where it is. Ideally, and it's a great comment about having that information, but just because you passed it doesn't mean that we can't follow up with some more information, because I feel like I should know more about that since they're authorizing me to enter into the agreement.
I realize it's probably a small amount, and I appreciate you looking at it. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, moving right along, 4989AV. Do I have a motion? All right, Board Member Callahan, do I have a second? Board Member Steffen. Okay, this resolution is to amend the resolution that had been passed on November 11, which rejects local bids for paraprofessional services and awards a contract for paraprofessional services through cooperative purchasing, specifically to the hours ago that we had this to Delta T, for the 26-27 school year. And this resolution is specifically updating the resolution previously passed to conform with requirements by listing the specific rate per hour that would be charged and the annual contract estimate amount. Is there discussion?
Yes, I did want to clarify some things said. I do want to thank everybody who advocated tonight. Your words were heard, and we appreciate it. Just a few points. One of those points, and I did put that in many of my correspondence, that we are continuing to explore in-house, self-contained paraprofessionals. If it's fiscally feasible, the board will move forward on it. We're looking at it in various forms, contractual carve-out. We're looking at different scenarios. I do want to point out that I believe one of the speakers requested a guide analysis. We did do that guide analysis my first 2 months in this job, Kathy and I, and we presented it to CPAC. We can do a new one, but we utilized the old contract and the guide, and we did provide that analysis. I do also want to shout out the board. This is the only Board of Education that has their CPAC organization part of their committee. There is no other board that I'm aware of in the state that has CPAC as part of a board committee and have them the first 15 to 20 minutes on that committee. So I do want to shout that out. We had a couple of speakers talk on that. I do want to clarify also the Delta rate. I heard a lot of the $16. Our co-op rate is $18 to $22. And I think as Kathleen put in some of her emails, we will be pushing Delta to make that 20 to 22. That is something we will have discussions with them. Currently, it is 18 to 22. That is the co-op number, and that is what we are approving. It is not 16. It has never has been $16. I also want to clarify that Delta was never terminated from South Orange Maplewood School District. I also want to point out that Delta will be offering positions to current ESS paras. That's part of the recruiting. And part of our work on our end is, if you remember, I know it was hours ago, but the slide with the school districts that are using Delta, I contacted 75% of those school districts in regards to the quality of service for Delta, and that's a common practice we usually do with all these services. And not one of those districts spoke badly about Delta, and every one of those districts used the word quality, professional, and great customer service.
Is there discussion? Comments, questions? Board Member Steffen.
So I have a couple thoughts I wanted to share about this. One is about the process. We had voted to accept or to enter into a contract with Delta T at the June 11th meeting. It seems that resolution was added pretty late in the day. I certainly, sitting up here, did not know that I was voting for it on June 11th. And that, does not sit right with me, because I try to take my role very seriously. I really try to study what we're coming to vote on and ask questions if I have questions, and make sure that I have a level of comfort that when I come up here, every vote I take is for the best interest of students. I think it's also a missed opportunity how late it was put on the agenda on the 11th, because the community didn't have an opportunity to look at it and to comment. And I very much appreciate the many people who came out and sat in these chairs for many hours to share their views. But they're sharing their views after we had originally agreed to enter into an agreement with Delta T. So I think that was a missed opportunity, and I don't mean to call anyone out about it. But that is something that is upsetting to me. On the substance of this, if you pay people less, there's a reasonable worry that it's going to mean lower quality. And The people who spoke about that were absolutely right. It's a concern I have, and I know some people have great experiences with their paras, other people have less good experiences. ESS was not perfect, Delta T is not going to be perfect, but that concern about quality remains. And unfortunately, because we contract out our paras, there is limited ability for the district to ensure quality in the way that we could try to ensure quality if it was our own staff. And so, I appreciate what Mr. Bing just said about bringing paras in-house. I know that's something that's been discussed in the Special Services Committee led by Board Member Callahan. I know when we talked about it a couple months ago, it was cost prohibitive, but we're continuing to look at it, even if it's for a subset of paras, and I really encourage those continued discussions. And I think that's sort of long range where we need to go. So, I know, again, budgets are tight. We're trying to save money. But that concern about stability and about quality are big concerns I have, and I would implore the district to do everything you can to try to address those.
Just to emphasize what Paul just said, we brought up bringing our self-contained paras in-house about a year ago. We did the numbers around everybody, and it just was cost prohibitive. But we're hoping that there is that chance that we'll be able to bring our self-contained in. We're still working on it. We've been trying to get that message out to everybody that we'll continue to work on it and be transparent about it. In regards to training, we control all the training when it comes to the paras. So we controlled all the ESS training. We'll control all the Delta training as well. We simply tell them what we require, and they have to give that training. Most of our paras currently are anywhere from 1 to 3 years in the district. And as you noted, with any third-party vendor, there's high turnover, and there's also quality issues as well. I believe this would be our 4th third-party vendor over the last 7 years, 8 years. Delta is a organization that, as I noted, is quite prevalent in New Jersey. I've used them in the superintendent in another district. I know Kathleen has used them in another district as well. Our focus right now is that transition and to make sure it's as smooth as possible, and to make sure that, especially for our kids that are most vulnerable, Delta knows them by name and knows what they need, and our paras will be ready to go, feet on the floor when they come in. I know they are currently recruiting our ESS paras. That has started. We started that about 3 weeks ago, along with other recruitment, but they were the first to be reached out to in regards to recruitment. But I did want to really correct, because I saw it a few people sent me a Facebook post around that $13 to $16 was out there, and that's just misinformation. If you look on the contract, it is 18 to 22. Our goal is to push them to make it 20 to 22. We'll have those discussions later on, but the co-op is $18 to $22.
Other comments, discussion on this? Yes, Board Member Capadia.
So I think this one is, of the votes and the conversations that we've had, everything is of importance. This one is particular of consequence because of the impacts to the students, what we've had, and obviously the money that we're talking about that's involved in this. So just a few questions to help me navigate this one. When we decided to go out for bid, was it because the contract was up? Was it just something that was normal course of action, or was there a trigger there?
Yeah, no, part of our budget work this time around and last year was to do a robust RFP process for any of our private services. So you'll note on this agenda, you'll also see security. I think custodial was last week. I don't know. Yeah, custodial was last week. We're changing over custodial as well. It was recommended by our auditors as a best practice that every 3 years to do this at a bare minimum. But obviously with our budget issues, this is one of their strategies to obviously try to get the budget under control.
And when with any change in control, like with a partnership like this, are there any recruitment percentages that Delta is looking for to hold? in order for the deal to go through. Because they could say best efforts, good faith, but if they don't, there should be a percentage that we should go for continuity.
Yeah, I mean, we had a onboarding meeting. We had 2 already. And also, we tried to get a update on where they were in recruiting. They assured us they would have no issue in regards to getting what we currently need. And having done this with another third-party vendor in another district, they assured me they would get us what we need, and they did. Currently, as I think was brought up, West Orange, Hackensack, and about 3 other districts recently have released their in-house paras. So I know that Delta is currently also recruiting them as well. So we have a meeting, I believe it's on Tuesday, to get another update on their recruiting, so I can send an update to the board on that. My past experience has been I have never worked with a third-party vendor that has not met the goal of recruiting when it comes to paraprofessionals.
Is there anything that you can put that's contractual in there for a
Yeah, I'll
percentage
have to
target?
check. Let me check for you.
So with that also ties into, are we sure that I'd like, I don't say sure, I'd like to urge the district to try and amend the language so we could get a rate lock to honor what we've had, right?
Yeah, we're more than willing to do that work.
They can say good faith, sure, we'll do it, but short of an email, short of something in writing, short of an amendment. So therefore, I'm also asking, is there any way to buy some time so we can go through some of that navigation before we have to go to vote, or do we have to go to vote on this tonight?
Yeah, it would be very tight in regards to recruiting and getting paras in. So this is a timeline that we need. I can and we will work with Delta to get that in writing for you. But yeah, this needs to be moved. I mean, they've already started recruiting to ensure that we have folks for the fall. And as you recall, last year we had to go, well, this year was extremely stressful because ESS was in negotiations with Local 68, and Local 68 let us know that they may not come in the first month of school if negotiations were not settled. So that was extremely stressful for us at the start of this year. And at this point, we're also a little stressed because we are, as noted previously, Local 68 just mentioned that they are recommending their paras take their comp days, which impacts our most needy students.
So one more point of clarification then. When we went out for bid, did ESS put a bid in?
They did. And that was the
And
slide
that was
I
on the
showed.
board. So they did, and that was them. They didn't come down, they didn't want to match.
They did not. And again, and I've been putting this in my correspondence, we are one of 2 districts that work with ESS out of their 250 plus that have Local 68 in them. The others do not.
Okay. Yep. Go ahead. Sure.
So yeah, I think a couple of things. One, I want to echo what Paul said. I think as leaders, we have a responsibility when we've made an error to own that error. And I think we are a board and we make decisions collectively. And certainly, I think the timelines, we talked about that a little bit tonight, just in terms of like the volume of information we received on a relatively short timeline ahead of this meeting. I think we also, we were under the impression we were voting to extend ESS's contract through the summer for the extended school year, and instead voted on something very different. And so, both as, a board member and the special services chair, that is an error that, I think we all, only speak for myself, but I think is regrettable that wasn't noticed collectively. And so that does put us in this position. And I, again, want to thank everyone who came out in terms of advocacy and naming the various ways and impacts that this decision has. I think one thing I'm thinking through to build on board member Kapadia's questions in terms of what we're evaluating and what we're looking at. I've had some preliminary conversations with Kathy about, as a committee, what we can really look at in terms of data-wise and impact as this transition occurs. But one piece of feedback and advocacy that stood out to me tonight was the comparison around, and certainly we have a robust relationship with CPAC. I know the executive board meets with Mrs. Jess Maria and Superintendent Bing once a month, and that they've been coming to our committee meetings for 2.5 years now. But I would say that I think given the state of things right now, that the suggestion to have potentially a working group, I think we've seen how effective that can be for our transportation families, how effective that can be in spotting and analyzing issues as they come up and being responsive and reflective to them. And so I think I would really like to see the district make a commitment to doing that as we go through this transitional period, to really hear from those families most impacted, whether it is that we end up with Delta T or we're effective in getting our paras to come in-house. I think having those voices and those conversations on a more regular basis beyond just CPAC will be important.
Board Member Nayar.
If this does not get approved, what is the plan B? Like what happens?
So we built our budget
What's
around
that?
this. We built our budget around the RFPs coming in lower than our current services. So we would have to revisit cuts moving forward.
Meaning we would have to take ESS's bid.
No,
No.
we would not.
We would go out to bid again?
We would. Again, we would have trouble getting folks for the fall because we need the summer to recruit folks. Be a struggle being fully staffed by the fall.
So we would go out to bid, we would get another, either ESS or somebody else?
We do not currently have that rate in our budget. So if we did move forward with something like ESS at a rate such as that, we would need to make reductions in our budget.
So we would have to move forward with ESS, and then we would have to revisit something else in the budget? I'm just trying to understand procedurally.
If we went with the ESS,
Okay.
yeah, we'd have to reduce either
That's-
programs or staff.
But that's not an option.
Right. If we
It's
went
not,
out
that
for
bid does not exist anymore.
Yeah.
We passed a resolution on June 11th rejecting all bids.
Procedurally, we would have to go out to bid again?
Yes.
Okay. And that will delay the process of recruitment, and it could also cost us more, so we would have to revisit the budget.
That is correct. Going through a co-op makes a big difference in regards to pricing. We were lucky enough, Frank came upon it. We had some quality districts that were in that co-op and that we reached out to and called that utilized that co-op for Delta and Paris. So we were confident in the process and the quality, and that's what started the process.
Jeff.
A lot of times, board members and administrators use a term like, quote, like find it in the budget. And I've used that, I'm sure. But when we find it in the budget, what it really means is cut something else. And those other cuts might be things that actually people also really cherish. Like, let's say we have some last minute resignations this summer, which could happen. If we have to find another $1.5 million in the budget, we would not be replacing those people who have last minute resignations. We would have a lower, we would have less room for emergencies. Let's say we need to spend more money in some area. Last couple school years, we've had to spend more money on transportation, to break up very long bus routes. We would not be able to do that. We would be asking the district to make some very, very tough decisions in the near future if we didn't approve this contract.
So the current differential is 1.7 million.
I think I just go back to Paul's point. I'm really struggling with the way this all happened, and the timing and the lack of engagement with the community and the board in general. So it just feels like we're stuck and we have to make a decision, because not moving forward has potentially equally or worse consequences in some other way. So I really would like to avoid a situation like this going forward, where we have erroneously voted on something and then now we have to amend it because we're too late to do anything else. It feels like a very difficult choice, and when, we're not talking about small programs, we're talking about vulnerable children who need services, so it feels like a very difficult decision.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that whether it was June 11th or tonight, I'd be recommending Delta T Group.
Board Member Higgins.
So this is related to the resolution, but I just kind of wanted to share some learnings over the last 2 weeks and then what we heard tonight. It's very clear to me that the paraprofessional is a career. It's not a well-paid career, but it is a career. It's what people spend, whether they have it part-time or full-time. It sounds like it's something people do for 40 hours a week. So I think looking at that, we need to look at this role differently in our district. I don't think we should look at them like what some people said is a warm body in the room. And I really don't think that's what's happening here. I think this is truly a fiscal issue, but to many points, there was something that happened that, I'm personally looking back on that and that I will not make that mistake again. But I also, moving forward, do we have third-party quality checks in place for our vendors? Because at some point, it's a natural move, sadly, to move to a third-party vendor because it is less expensive. So it would be really great to see the checks and balances around that, the quality checks, so that, the community can feel that this is still being monitored. And that the quality is equally important.
Yeah, well, I do want to point out, we have nothing left to go out for third party, the South Orange Maplewood School District. All our services were put out about 11 to 12 years ago. With, at this point, no one on this board part of that. But there's a checks and balances, and we could be transparent with the process.
Yes, Board Member Brown.
Yeah, I appreciate the discussion. I really, really appreciate the parents and community members that came out tonight and spoke. This is a really hard decision, I think, for everyone here. It's a hard decision. I 100% agree with the board members who have talked about monitoring this to ensure that there isn't negative impact. I think we should consider that as potentially one of our action items when we discuss our district goals for the next year, to make sure that we do have metrics in place where we're measuring quantitatively, but to Board Member Callahan's point, also have the connections in place with the community so that we can measure qualitatively as well.
I do want to point out that we did repeatedly talk about going out for RFP for powers with CPAC at our special ed committee meetings. It was mentioned multiple times there. It was mentioned publicly since March. And as noted, Kathleen, and I want to make sure I shout her out, has a great relationship with CPAC that she's cultivated, and the access that our CPAC has to our board and committee, I'm very proud of, and I know she is as well.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no doubt there's going to be road bumps. I mean, it's a big transition. And so we just have to think about how we can monitor as closely as possible to minimize those. And I guess I would say, I think this is just part of a larger, and I really hope the district will continue to explore the idea of in-house self-contained paras. But that is part of a larger discussion that we need to have about our budget, right? These are all trade-offs. And when I brought up III earlier tonight, that is also a trade-off. And that is where we are at. Like, we need, if the state doesn't change our funding formula, we have to make some fundamental changes to how we operate. And for me, like, I want to be guided about trying to minimize how, the resource cuts to our classrooms. and the resources that we can provide directly to our students. And so I think that is the concern here for all of us, right? Is that we don't want that quality to go away. I know I'm kind of repeating what others have said, but it is a really hard decision. I really appreciate everyone coming out tonight.
So, boy, I don't like having to take this vote right now because there is no good option. And I mean, I've made no secret about my day job. I represent parents in the city in lawsuits against their school district for dropping the ball on special education. And the quality of special education services being provided to kids is near and dear to my heart. It's one of the reasons why I fought to get up on this dais. And if I wasn't up here, I would be down there. And I would be speaking and I'd be fighting because this is very stressful and it's very concerning. And the large number of parents and students and paraprofessionals who came out to speak on this, their points have to be so very much validated because the quality of those people who are sitting in their kids' classroom and helping to facilitate their progress and be that familiar face, there's no way to understate it. And I have to completely agree in the larger context, the fact that these folks are working in a system where, I mean, forget ESS Delta T anywhere, these rates are very, very low compared to a lot of other professions for the very important work that they do. And at the same time, as a board member and as someone who has a responsibility to maintain the district's fiscal health, you see what's happened in districts around. You see districts that ignored signs of financial struggle and all of a sudden imploded. Had to lay off scores of teachers, had to close down buildings. And there is an obligation that we have to all of the families in our community, including the special education families, to not let our district implode. And I just keep thinking back to that slide from the budget presentation, which Superintendent Bing has trotted out every time, very importantly, because it shows the expectation of what our gap is going to be next year and the year after that and the year after that. And that keeps me up at night because those are huge numbers to try to achieve. And so we look at the difference between the contract that we have from ESS and the contract from Delta T, and it's about $1.8 million, which is to say about 18 teachers. And if we were to walk away from this bid that's been offered and go do something else that might be the amount that ESS had last bid at, it could come in higher if we have to go out to bid again. That has to come from somewhere. And this is not something, I think, where we are asking the special education community to take this burden on their back uniquely. You look at the list of different cuts and compromises that we've had to make, and they have reached across the district. It has been a lot of different places where we are scrimping and saving and compromising and reducing teachers and reducing coursework for some of our lower attended courses. And there's a lot of areas where we're having to cut and where we know we've been promised that next year it's going to be worse. Next year we're going to have the harder cuts. And so to agree right now to spend more money for the same level of paraprofessional service as far as a number of people coming in is really tough, right? To go with the Delta T proposal involves maintaining the same number of paras. Will they be the exact same paras? Probably some of them yes, and some of them no. Will the service be as good? I don't know. I have to trust that if they're being used in that many other districts, they can't be so awful. I want to trust that these folks do, in fact, know what they're doing. They have a reputation. They haven't been run out of business. And we have to make them prove that. We have to see that their people are qualified and background checked and get the kind of training that we always do for paraprofessionals, and ensure that we're going to have qualified staff working with our kids. I mean, that's a non-negotiable. And if we found out that wasn't the case, we would exercise our contract options and get out. And I do believe that the contract that has been negotiated has a fairly short termination clause, so that if we are able to escape and do something else, we would do it. With regard to the actual cost of the contract, the amount that's being paid to providers, I would love to see them commit in writing to aiming for the higher end of that band. My understanding is that because we're going through a cooperative, we legally don't have the ability to renegotiate parts of that. It's against public bidding rules. So we have to accept the range as it is stated, and we are hopeful. I think that Delta T understands that there is a priority in this district for fair wages, and that we would hope to see that happen, and we know that we can pull back. But I think that what everyone has said about moving in-house is really crucially important. It would be so great to be able to have our paraprofessionals back in. There is not currently, with the contracts and arrangements we have, the ability to just move paras in today at the same rate that they are earning right now. There would have to be changes internally and changes to contracts to allow for that to happen. And I would love to see us continue to pursue that. And if we could move in at least the self-contained paras, if not more, that would be a tremendous win. But if we don't vote on this right now, then September is going to come and we're not going to have paras in place. And I don't see how we can do that. I think we need to work to get these paraprofessionals in place, push this organization to provide quality service with quality people, quality training, and be able to look at what is going to come next and plan. This is not going to be our forever plan. So that's why I am planning to vote yes, and I'm doing it knowing that it is a very difficult compromise that we are asking some of our families to potentially have to endure, knowing that the alternative is potentially so much worse. And I do want to take a second to acknowledge the issue with the resolution. It's a really unfortunate circumstance that has to do with us having a business office that's in flux and unfortunately moving too quickly. There was a resolution that we were going to adopt and a resolution that I announced at our June 11th meeting, which was simply to cancel the bids. And that resolution, in fact, had alternate language that was adopting the Delta T contract. It should not have been in there. And it was a case, unfortunately, of all of us realizing that when last-minute items come through, we have to be scrutinizing them more than in that occasion we wound up scrutinizing them. The irony here, of course, is that that actually created so much more awareness of this Delta T contract. There has been tremendous engagement at this point, and I'm very glad for the turnout we've had in the conversation. Nonetheless, that has taught us a very important lesson about making certain that the work product that we're having come in, especially on the day of, is up to snuff. And we're going to do that more going forward. So that's a very long-winded way of saying this is not a great set of choices to have to make, but I think we have to make the responsible choice that keeps services in place and keeps our budget in place and take the next appropriate steps to get a better set of services going forward.
Yeah, I think I agree with Paul and Will in regards to the process needing improvement. I do want to state pretty clearly that you have an assistant superintendent of special services recommending this group. You have a former director of special education, myself, recommending this group. You have the former supervisor of the second largest special education department in the state recommending this group. That is myself as well. I supervised the special ed department in Jersey City for over 9 years. So I have deep ties to special ed community. I have faith in regards to Delta Group. I have faith in regards to the Delta Group, and I agree with what everybody said here and also many of our speakers that we have to stay on top of this transition. We have to make sure accountability is transparent and also that the training is transparent and make sure that we share that on a regular basis.
Are there any other comments? Board Member Bennett.
Just for additional context on the revenue side, we did increase taxes this year by the maximum legal amount. It was close to 6%. It was the biggest tax increase of the tax cap era. That's a contrast between us and West Orange. West Orange only increased its operating taxes by 2.5%. So I can't speak for other people, but I approved that very large tax increase because I knew that it would minimize the cuts we'd have to make, and we're doing our best.
Any other comments? All right, Mr. Carrick, would you please call the roll? Here, this is 4989 AV.
Correct. Board Member Bennett.
Yes.
Board Member Brown.
Yes.
Board Member Callahan.
Yes.
Board Member Higgins.
Abstain.
Board Member Capadia.
Yes.
Board Member Meyer. Board President Meyer.
Yes.
Board Member Nayar.
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable.
Yes.
Board Member Steffen.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And that concludes the action portion of our meeting. We'll now begin our second hearing of individuals and delegates this evening. Could I just ask, could someone take a look at that sign-in sheet? Do we have?
Ms. Lincoln, could you?
No sign, all right. And we do not have any online public speaks either. We'll now move on to new business. Is there any new business this evening? Hearing none. The board will next meet in public session on Thursday, July 30, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. where action will be taken. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Board Member Steffen, do I have a second? Board Member Sackett Gable. Show of hands, all in favor? It's unanimous. We have adjourned at 1:39 a.m. on June 26th.